Alright, welcome back to Disco Elysium Part 15. We're in the Anotic Dance Club, and I'm actually just going to take a moment, pop outside the front door here, just so I can hear myself think for a moment while I catch us up. I'm looking very hipster with my outfit right now. So, this is Part 15. Part 14 was a bit of a smattering of all sorts of things, and I was trying to sort of struggle to find a theme of what to describe our adventure as for the last bit. And I couldn't really come up with much. It was just kind of run around, look for sniper nests for a while, talk to some people, just kind of picking at the edges of stuff. And really the major thing we accomplished last session was just to get the kids moved into the church. That was mostly it. But somehow I played the game for still like 4 hours, and I don't know how I managed to do that. I would have thought I would have accomplished something more substantial or notable. But I guess that's kind of where we're at, is just sort of looking after lots of little threads and seeing where they go. I'm going to look at my journal again real quick here and see what I left off. So help Suna with her project. We have to check up on Suna now that the Ravers have moved in. Ask about Ruby in the village. Yeah, we found that the washerwoman has something to say. We don't know exactly what. She was being coy. I don't think she likes the police very much, and given her story, I don't blame her. So then I was looking for these sniper nests, and I was only able to find one. There's apparently residue and bullet traces to look for in the boardwalk and on the island, and I really don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. I looked for long enough that I feel like I didn't miss them, but it's possible I still did. It's also possible that I'm not able to find them and I need to do something else first, but I don't know. If and when Kim leaves, which I forgot to put my cat picture back over, I'll do that in a second. We need to talk to Klasia again, try and ask her about what happened while I was having my moment in my room. Ask the scab leader about tattoos. This is an iffy one. I'm not sure about if I should do it. Figure out how to join the reading group. Do the spray-painted mural on the wall. Split a kilo with Kuno. I'll probably do the mural today. I feel like I put that off long enough. Ask Kuno about the armor, which he's not been very helpful, as always. And I do have a boombox now, so now it just says get a hold of a sad song on tape. Not really sure where to go for a sad song. I thought this would present itself more readily, unless it's already in my inventory and I forgot. You have any sad songs? I've got books, I've got a photo and some pamphlets about birds. I've got a fractured bullet. No sad songs as far as I can tell. Yeah, this is my final beatnik form, I suppose. The giant glasses, too. Looking good. Right, so where do I begin? I guess I talk to Suna and see what she needs. I had talked to every one of the other kids in there, but I didn't talk to her again, so we'll pop back in and see what she says. Yeah, I wanted to get to the game a bit faster today because I felt like I was buying too much time and potentially missing stuff because of it.
Yes, what is it?
How's the project going? I see that your neighbors have moved in, but all I hear is Anotic dance music.
What? What did you say?
She leans closer, eyes knitted together in a puzzled expression. You can barely hear her over the thumping bass of Anotic dance music. I said, how's the project going?
I can't hear you! The music is too loud!
She shouts, pointing at the enormous speaker that's churning out the sound. The project! How's it going?
Oh, the project! It's not going well!
Her face lights up for a second before she gives you an exaggerated head shake. Why?
There's that guy! I need him to plug a 3.5 cable into the auxiliary input so that I can route the audio signal through the mixer into the speakers.
She points at Egghead, who's raving behind his turntables on a brightly lit stage. Why don't you just ask him?
He doesn't listen to me! He only ever seems to care about hardcore and Yekokata! A place to be, apparently!
Ah, yeah, that is kind of his whole deal. I've been down this road before with him, so I'll give it a go. I'll see what I can do.
Thanks! Maybe you can get through his magic rhymes!
She does jazz hands to mock him.
Let me know how it goes!
Alright, I'll let you work. Well, I don't know if I have any secret magic bullet for this situation, but I'll try it. Talk to Egghead about the aux cable.
DeLorean Church, the place to be! Make some noise,
Oh.
church people!
Apparently, he's changed it to DeLorean Church. Large speakers are set up behind the young man, blasting a familiar song. I have heard this song somewhere before.
Vibrations thump through your blue soul.
Pornographic
The music
soul?
sounds much better in the church.
Yeah, it would.
He stands on stage behind a table, nodding along to the music and waving his hand in the air. In front of him, the audio mixer, one reel spinning.
I gotta say, although it's very dramatic having a tableau of shattered glass behind you, especially being what it is, the subject matter, is very cool looking, but like, those shards are nasty. Have you ever seen the film Ghost? Man was decapitated by a broken window. It's horrifying. You don't want that to happen in your place of musical revelry. And all that vibration, I could just see this shard up at the top just cutting a man in half. Like, vertically, too, which is not something you need, as hardcore as that is.
The other reel deck is empty. Cables run hither and thither.
And thither?
On one side, you see an auxiliary line in, with the number 4.5 written next to it.
Egg! Can you please... I'm talking like as if it's in my own head. I'm taking the roleplay too seriously. Can you please route Suna's signal through your speakers?
To the mega! Yeah! I can route it through auxiliary! What kind of a cable does she use? 3.5 or 4.5?
It's 3.5, no doubt about it. It's on the ground. Point to it.
Oh, she uses 3.5. Yeah. The auxiliary
No!
lining is 4.5 millimeter. These two don't mix.
This was me trying to set up my bedroom for years. Like, every single time I thought I figured out how to route everything, there was always a cable that wouldn't link.
Oh no, we're going to be in this church forever.
I'm so sorry, Kim. I don't want this for either of us.
Don't worry, I have an adapter for it right here.
Oh, you do? Well, then why did you lament like you didn't? He searches for the cable on the ground and picks it up, looking for the jack, or looking at the jack.
Hang on, this is a 4.5. We're all good
Oh.
people.
What? Why did we think it was the other one? With a grin, he sticks the plug into the aux line in. You hear a satisfying click.
Great! Someone got through to him! Okay, let's get it all set up. Can we turn the music off, please?
All of that fuss because he couldn't plug in a cable. Takes all of 1 second to do that. Egg the music.
Everybody, don't panic. I'm going to turn off the Arno for just a sec. For a special scheduled event.
He really does hype it up very well. I think this guy has a future in this. He loves what he does, and he does it well.
The Arno will be back, but we're doing something else for one moment. All right, go tell her that Egghead is ready to rave to her tunes, and then I'll turn off the music.
Are we gonna see God? Maybe your body can tell you what Arno van Eyck's jam is missing to make... Oh, right. I forgot about the hardcore line. All right, thank you, Egghead.
Yes, what is it?
All right, I talked to Egghead. He plugged in the cable. You can now unmute your speakers. But you know this because you were just talking to him too.
Okay, but think you can ask him to turn the volume down a bit? Just in case.
What? Yeah, he just said he's gonna turn it off. What's happening? She seems hesitant, her eyes still fixed on Egghead.
Maximum!
What? Shouts Egghead, a great smile on still adorning his face, larger than a red dwarf star. I've been using my skill points mostly, but I think I've got either 2 or 3 banked in case of white checks I need to redo.
Maximum is the only way!
Oh, is she saying, like, turn down when my input comes in so we don't get all absolutely obliterated? Or blasted, as we say here on the channel.
I know it is, but could you please turn it down?
Yeah, it could be the voice of Alanis Morissette coming out.
One time? Maximum is not the only way, okay?
And you know what, Egghead? You ought to know that's how that goes when it comes to the voice of God.
Pump it to the brick! Pump it to the hard master! There's no other way! Glue style!
Pump it to the hard master. Glue style.
See? He pumps it to the hard master. It's hopeless.
I think what Egghead is trying to say here is the volume button is stuck on maximum. Yeah, I think that's correct. Glue style.
Of course it is.
She shrugs, consigned to her fate.
Yeah! Permanent enlightenment! Ray of sound!
I don't know why, but it's like infectious. Egghead is slowly converting me into his ways. I think I'm normally more like Suna, but I'm finding myself more like Egghead sometimes.
Never mind then. Let's get on with our project. I'm going to unmute the speakers on a count of 5. Everyone ready?
Oh god, we're all gonna explode. Imagine it just gibs the whole room like a BFG 9000 went off. And that's the end of Disco Elysium. A sound wave from God exploded us into pink mist.
Egghead pumps his hand up in the air, waiting for the beat to drop.
Why is the mist pink again, by the way? Oh, because of the headshot. That's why usually, right? Because normally it would just be a red mist, but it's like extra pink when the brain matter gets involved. Oh, there's still gonna be a bit of that mixed in.
Born ready.
I can't get enough of your dance. It's so silly. I love when he keeps his hands perfectly still, too. No, don't. Oh, yeah, that's the way. Right there.
Ready.
Aerosolization, refracting light. I don't know. Yeah, that's fair. It's not something to think too hard about, I'd say. Let's do
I'm
it.
ready if you two are detectives.
The lieutenant nods stoically.
Yeah, that is the temperament he often keeps.
Not so stoically. His hand moves
Oh.
to the gun holster.
Why? That's creepy. Why?
Suddenly, your palms are sweaty. The church seems cold and large, somehow. There's tightness in your chest. Anxiety.
Yeah, let's not play into that. Half-light. Let's say ready.
5,
Oh, God. This is such a big deal.
4, 3,
Oh, God, what comes next? It could be anything.
2,
Oh, yeah, it's that.
1.
Blast off.
Mute disengaged.
She lifts her hand from the keyboard. Complete silence fills the room.
No wind outside. No waves. No floorboards creaking. Total, continuous silence. This is unnatural.
It's extra unnatural, right? Because he's got the input jacked up to maximum. So you would at least hear some noise, right? How is the line so clean? How is the signal so perfect? That is unnatural.
The woman looks around. In the silence, you see dust move on the floorboards. The driver of the speaker vibrates in the air and then stops. Plasterwork begins to crumble down the walls.
Oh no. It's a very low frequency.
In the silence, a low hum starts creeping up your spine. It's
Why is Kim ready to pull a gun?
inside you, not in the speakers, not in the room. A great bass sigh in the basement of your mind. Slowly, it builds until the air around you starts to vibrate.
Na, na, na. It's Isaac in the basement of my mind.
It's out there now, in the world, made manifest.
Everybody looks very upset.
It will devour everything.
Oh no. Why is it gonna do that?
The floorboards, the glass, the streets and the people. Nothing will remain.
Guys, what's going on?
There's alarm in the man's voice as he steps back to scan the surroundings. A slight rattle, like crystal clattering in the cupboard, fills the air, joining the chorus.
It's getting louder.
Says Noid, his eyes riveted on the strange circle of water basins.
In the basins, the water looks like it's boiling.
Oh. That seems bad. I don't know why it would be doing.
Oceana, Mother of Mega!
You hear Egghead yell, then something else, but his voice is growing faint. What if we, like, expanded the hole in the earth and made all sound no longer conductive? Just silence everywhere for everyone.
In his mind, a tidal wave approaching from afar, swallowing entire coastlines on its way. Salvation.
Bad end?
He's peaking. The worst high he's ever been on.
Oh. Peaking seems to be a common kind of term people throw around these days. What's that weird rattling? It was in me at first, or I've never heard anything this hardcore in my life. I'll ask you about the weird rattling.
The beauty and the beat! The future of dance! Planetary!
Intergalactic.
No, Egg! It's the window!
The glass shards around Dolores Day's vacant heart appear to be vibrating from the sound. It almost looks as if she's alive. I'm telling you, those glass shards are cursed. We shouldn't be near them. Please don't hurt my precious egg.
In the corner of your eye, the lieutenant steps aside, cautiously, his eyes searching for a possible evacuation route.
Well, there's still the front door, as far as I know.
The window is going to come down. No, the roof.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. She looks up as screech fills the air, a scream of wood and nails. The pillars of the church twist and creak above and around you.
Cracks appear on the stained glass window. Cracks run up the wooden pillars in the dark.
We're gonna collapse the church on top of ourselves.
Come down to us! Love!
Egg? It's not the time for that.
Below it, all the bass grows, like the jaws of a giant compressor gnawing on metal and wood.
Hi,
It
Nemesis.
does not sound benevolent at all.
Kim is a cat cop in this playthrough. It just happened as a matter of storytelling. You had to be there. No, it's an image that I found very cute, and someone said Kim Katsuragi, and I wanted to keep it there. The jaws of a giant compressor gnawing on metal and wood. It does not sound benevolent at all, right?
A great pulse arises in your flesh.
That's it. I'm muting it.
She reaches for the keyboard. Oh, I want to dance with somebody. Start tapping her foot. Yeah, we should stop soon and mute it. Everybody don't panic. It's beautiful. Say I want to dance.
Oh! I want to feel the heat with somebody!
Shit! It doesn't stop. A seal? Have you?
A whole bunch of ceiling just fell.
Yes, I've turned it off.
She yells holding the contact mic in her hand.
Andre, pull the compressor! The place is gonna come down!
Fuck! I can't shut it up. The signal's passed. It's not in here. It's...
In the mixing desk now, building into a positive feedback loop.
Oh, that can happen, yeah. Although I don't understand how we're not all deafened by it.
This is it. A great roar. The vault of the roof twists above you. Glass shatters somewhere near the door. It's coming down.
Egghead, it's in the desk.
And then it stops. Totally and utterly. As if there never was a sound. Only your ears still ring from the shock. Everybody is staring at Egghead, holding a dangling cable in his hand. A black 3-pin connector.
Egg.
Egg.
I pulled the plug. It was getting too hardcore.
Oh.
You did good, Egg. Most of the place seems to be intact. Fucking hell. Programmer lady, tell me you were recording that.
4 years. 22 people. Millions of reals. All that time? This is what we were up against. Just erased it. Suliswolf isn't gonna believe this.
Yeah, but did you record it though? It was dope. I think we can use it.
Yes, Andre. I recorded it. Damn, I need to send some letters now. Thank you all for doing this. Eggman, you too. And you, officer. I don't know what we've discovered, but I know what it sounds like now. That's the start.
Imagine this was just the start of an entirely separate storyline. I guess I shouldn't talk because I don't know, but... I'm imagining like a full game's length of this turning into some sort of Cthulhu, you know, alternate reality situation. We're hearing the voices of a dead god or who knows what, and then a hole opens up in the ocean. You know, the way it usually progresses. I hope that it wouldn't be an obvious tropish thing, though, if they did do something like that. Kim, did you hear that?
It was very hard not to. I think you're right. There is something going on here. And you need to be very careful with it.
Well, look, I hate to be the devil's advocate because I know this has been a very strange thing, yes. But you can take a very minute sound that is really not exceptional or interesting, and when it enters a feedback loop like that, it can get magnified infinitesimally, like to the point where it sounds like an earthquake. And that could be all it was. Might have just been like a little scratching sound, and then it just got exponentially multiplied.
I promise, officer. We will not play it again.
What was that? I've never heard anything like that.
It was mathematical information from the anomaly, presented as a waveform. That's what it was technically. Theoretically...
That's not as interesting as it sounds, though, because all waveforms contain mathematical information. It's just, you're just sort of reverse engineering the waveform. So for her to say that, it's like, okay, sure. But, like, how do you know it's from the anomaly exactly, as opposed to from the area adjacent to the anomaly? I mean, we don't have, like, a contact mic directly hooked up to it. I don't know.
I have no idea. I've never even heard of anything like this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Slammy Jams, like, what do you mean? Some sounds are mathless? They all have math involved. I mean, if you draw a straight line, you can infer math from that. You can make mathematical connections to just about anything if you really want to. And people do, and it drives them sometimes completely insane. I don't recommend it. I'm mansplaining sound to Suna, sorry. I shouldn't do that, you're right.
A voice seems muffled.
I just don't want to get caught up in the I'm excited about pseudoscience thing. I don't know what it is. But I want to stay at I don't know what it is and not draw conclusions is the thing. Which I think is what we've done, so we're okay. Her voice seems muffled in the silent church, her ears adjusting after the exposure. You're gonna write Silissa?
Yes, our lead designer. And maybe some of the producers too. And some of the writers. If they're sober enough to open a transmission. They need to hear.
That it wasn't her fault. Or theirs.
They need to hear about this. Don't worry, I won't send the recording. Although I doubt they have the speakers to produce the frequency anyway.
Wait, what is... That doesn't make sense. We have ears that can only hear certain wavelengths to a point, certain frequencies. And I'm pretty sure the speakers we have cover all the frequencies we can hear and then some. So it's not like if you have better speakers, you can hear more frequencies. You're still limited by your human capability to hear. So I don't think that makes actual sense, what she just said. Sorry, I'm mansplaining sound again. What happens now? Are you going to...
Stay here. I'm going to stay here with these lunatics. Send letters, maybe meet Suliswolf. Also devise further measurements.
Okay.
I want you to know that's totally chill with us.
I'm glad you're finding an equilibrium here.
I don't care, but thank you anyway.
I see you, Benally. Hello. I think it makes sense they're using shitty free airline headphones and can't produce the bass required to amplify the sound. Wait, hang on. Let me just go back a line here. She's talking about their lead designer. If she sends the sound back, she's saying they couldn't have listened to it anyway, because the designers don't have adequate speaker systems to be able to replicate it. Although I doubt they have the speakers to produce the frequency anyway. But maybe you're right, and they just have terrible speakers, but I would have thought they would have had adequate ones if they were the developers on that project. I was assuming their equipment was higher quality than maybe it is, and then you might be right if it's not. I don't care, she blurts, then reconsiders, but thank you anyway, right?
That's the best she can manage for pondering. It's quite a lot in truth. For her, at least.
Now, I have a theory to come up with. Some kind of preliminary explanation to all this. Or the letter will sound.
You mean a
like
hypothesis? I'm pretty sure you mean a hypothesis, because it's not going to be tested and peer-reviewed. The letter will sound like I've lost my mind, right?
Yes, and we have to get back to stabilizing Martinez. Instead of demolishing it with loud bass noise of mono regions.
Sorry, I'm being a real killjoy here, trying to throw science at everything to the extent that I understand it.
Let's go in your stomach. You're still alive.
That's nice. Yeah, we made it through to the other end of existence, I guess.
You have an explanation for all this. Somewhere deep in you. You just don't have the pieces yet.
Oh yeah, I think I figured out how all life works the other day. I was just thinking about it for a minute, and I was like, so probably that whole Big Bang thing is just cyclical from when all the black holes converge, right? So the universe is constantly making black holes, and they're adequately far apart to such an extent that it takes them a long time to reach each other. In the event that enough black holes coalesce, though, wouldn't they eventually obtain enough pull to finish the singularity off? Which would then pull everything together to basically create the conditions that we might have started at. Hyper-consolidating everything to the maximum denseness that is physically possible. It makes intuitive sense to me that if there's just tons of black holes out there and they want to pull everything into each other, wouldn't they all eventually end up as one? The universe is still accelerating in expansion, but we don't know if that's how it goes forever, right? So it might turn around. Anyway, I'm pretty sure I figured out how the whole universe works, and I've pretty much just decided that's all sorted now, so I can think about more important things. They might also contradict each other and cancel each other out with forces. I'm saying this sort of tongue-in-cheek, but I had this moment of realization that was like, that could be something. I don't know. I don't have anywhere near 1% of the brain power that someone would need to be able to know if there's anything to what I just said. And I also am not so egotistical that I think I'm the first person to think of it. I just thought if I presented it that way at first, it would be funny. Yeah, you don't have the pieces yet.
You don't know enough about the world. But that Joyce, if you knew all she knows, could put it together.
Very low. Pale unknown, -10. I thought I know a little about the Pale, don't I? That's not a satisfying number. I guess I need to come back later once I know about the Pale. We've gotten little tidbits about it, but I guess you're right, I haven't had like a full briefing on the matter. Alright, help Suna with the project is all completed now. The speakers have been unmuted. Incredible. I'd say that's probably something that necessitates a save. Now, does everyone have new dialogue as a result of having gone through that?
Welcome back.
No. I'll just do a quick check and see. I'm pretty sure nobody will, though.
Yo, mate.
Oh.
What's on your mind?
Oh, right. I just didn't finish talking to him before, I guess. Internalize the hardcore aesthetic, just nod along, really feel it. Pericarnassianism. I'm struggling to remember what that is. I feel like we've talked about it before, and all I can think about is Kardashianism, as if that's a thing. I don't think you ever inspected the bullet in your inventory. This kind of thing comes up a lot, and usually I have, but I'll check it anyway just to be thorough. If I could remember to hit I instead of escape for once in my freaking life. Which I can't.
The bullet is safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp. Kim has filled out the label on the bag with the item number, case number, and date and location the bullet was found.
The first innocent. Okay. Is it the first innocent or the first innocence? I feel like the way they phrased that might have been innocence, but I could be wrong. I'm not an expert. It is innocent, okay.
Beside his orderly handwriting, the bullet looks especially sad, like a tiny...
Maybe I didn't look at this. Jesus Christ, you're right. Wait, but I kind of remember shriveled head of a cauliflower. But these are not ticked off yet, so... Alright. What do I do with you, Bullet?
What?
I said, what do I do with you, Bullet?
Well, if I was the bullet, which I'm not, I would say, find the weapon that shot me.
Ah, good idea.
If we find who owns it,
oh my
we
lord,
will have likely found who used it, possibly to
I can't be trusted to play a game this complicated. Just get like a base level, regular old mission that I should have found, I don't know, 40 hours ago.
In conclusion, the more we know about this bullet of yours, the better.
I hope that's the only thing I haven't inspected that way. I know I didn't inspect anything for ages until I was told about that menu. Thank you for telling me this, Chipmunk, and I'm sorry that I am this obtuse sometimes.
The squashed bullet has some sharp edges where the jacket has split open. It feels cold, even through the bag.
Yeah, been there. Sorry, that was feel the bullet through the bag for those of you listening and not watching.
You wouldn't ordinarily have cause to handle jacketed bullets, The citizens' militia uses cast bullets only. Little pebbles of metal loaded from the muzzle, usually in a cartridge.
Little pebbles of metal. So like non-uniform castings. Inspect the bullet closer.
The jacket of the bullet is made of a yellowish metal. It is
The yellow
blossomed
jacket.
out to reveal a dark grey core. The base of the bullet is close to 5 millimeters in diameter.
Good to know. Very important information, actually.
The core is lead. The brass jacket probably didn't cover the entire bullet. Otherwise, the softer metal wouldn't have expanded quite like that.
Also, thank you for telling me this in a non-accusatory way. Not that I think you would do that, but and probably almost no one in our chat would do that. But I think if I was in the wrong place at the wrong time, somebody could have come at me and been like, "You dumbass, why didn't you?" And it's like, yeah, well, you know. Just sours the mood when people get like that. So I appreciate that you're not doing anything like that. So thanks. Look at the jacket, please.
You can just about make out a few striations near the base of the bullet. Little hairlines, linear. It feels standard.
Striations near the base. So are those from the rifling? From being shot? Is that the implication? I'm not sure what would produce more than hairlines. I think that's all you would get from that. And the core?
It's quite destroyed. Some of the fragments are still lodged in the wound.
Yeah, the wound. Oh yeah, we've still got to figure out something about that.
What can you say about the bullet so far?
It's a soft point bullet with a lead core and a brass jacket close to 8 millimeters in diameter.
Okay. Jacketed means it would have been shot from a military-grade breech-loading rifle, and not from a muzzle-loader like those typically found on the streets of Revachol West.
Military-grade breech-loading rifle. Not from a muzzle-loader. That's important information. Yeah, you've accomplished your mission, Chipmunk. Thank you.
Highly unusual. The people of Revachol haven't carried breech-loading weapons like this for nearly half a century.
Even the RCM uses ordinary and jacketed conical bullets. This is strange. Very strange. I like this, officer. Strange means unique. Unique means incriminating.
Means
We
good
need
for
to
our
find
case,
them
yeah.
that shot it.
Oh, you're talking about XO1 in the chat there. The same developer that made that has a new game coming out that I was meaning to stream just the other day called XO Rally Championship. They gave me early access to the demo and unfortunately ended up playing Vampire Hunters for the whole stream. But then I found out later that actually they were having problems with the demo anyway, so it's kind of for the best. But yeah, it's the same developer, a similar relative premise in that it's also about quickly moving over an alien planet's surface, although this one's structured more a bit like a racing game, I suppose. So I'll be playing that at some point soon. I'm excited to see it. Looks very pretty. I need to read this one more time just to make sure I get it. Even the RCM uses ordinary unjacketed conical bullets. Conical bullets. Okay. This is strange, very strange. I like this. Strange means unique. Unique means incriminating. We need to find the gun.
Something tells you that won't be anytime soon. This'll have to be one of those epic tasks that's open for a while.
Alright, that's a very good chance. I'd say we could probably get this on the first go.
A rifle. Revolutionary period.
Yeah.
Your bullet looks to be an old 4.46 millimeter from the surplus left over from the turn of the century. Probably an antique or a retrofitted antique.
You're not telling me the one that I found in the basement. Did I just get that way ahead of when I was meant to?
The 4.46 caliber was widely used with the Belmargrave rifle, a Revacholian manufacture.
Isn't that
the BM
the same one?
dominated the battlefields of the Insulindian theater of the anti-centennial revolution.
Belmargrave? Is that the right? I think that's the right name.
Incidentally, you have just such a rifle with you. The dusty old thing you found hidden in the basement below the commercial area. It's unusable, sadly. If it were, the bullet would probably fit the chamber.
Okay, so that wasn't the weapon, but it is a weapon of the same type. I just thought maybe I stumbled upon it after they stashed it or something, but like, as you said, or as the game told us, it's an antique and wouldn't be fit to fire. I don't really know what I thought could come of that, like how would it be that way, but yeah, anyway. Is anyone still making these rifles?
No, but Zeliger, a major firearm manufacturer,
Zeliger.
ended up with a surplus after the war. So there are still a lot of these old military rifles floating around, usually broken. The quality was appalling.
You know who I wish I could have asked about this? Our poor old friend, Renee, who is unfortunately deceased at this point.
Antiques enthusiasts, guerrilla fighters in distant countries, a few lucky jamrock bangers. You're looking for the same thing you found in that hidden weapons cache, only in working order.
Yeah, Renee passed away in the last episode, unfortunately, had a heart attack. It was really sad. I was choked up in the first 10 minutes of the gameplay session. Because you just find his friend sitting there. I know he doesn't really call himself his friend, but they are friends. He's just sitting on the bench, just sort of being forlorn. Yeah.
What are you thinking? Bullet?
And that's how powerful this game is, because I didn't even particularly like that character, but because of his connection to someone else, it made you care about him. And you don't necessarily have to like everyone you care about. I know that sounds sort of weird, but you can still like to interact with them in small doses, even if you mostly don't want to spend all day with them, if you know what I mean. So I still felt bad to hear that he had died. I think I know where this came from. Dangle the bag thoughtfully. Yes.
Okay. And?
The shot probably came from a Belmagrave rifle.
An antique. That makes sense. There can't be many breech-loading rifles floating around in Martinez, or anywhere in Ravachol, really.
That's probably a good thing, yeah. Yeah, that's a good thing in every respect, really.
I have to hand it to the monarchs. It's quite admirable that they took the advice of criminologists last century and banned the use of breech loaders in peacetime. Some new RCM recruits get impatient with their muzzle loaders once they've trained with military-grade weapons, but they realize it's worth it in the end.
Interesting way of looking at that. Yeah, I guess so. Maybe we could just not have guns, but maybe it's not that simple.
Prohibiting peacetime law enforcement to front-loaded rifles is a policy enforced by the Moralist International in all the nations of the Real Belt.
Why would they call it Moralist International this time when they always say Moral Intern? Worth what? Getting shot? Or I think we should have more powerful guns. Where the law makes you consider every shot. I like it. Yeah, I suppose so. So then the guns rights advocates would look at that situation and they go, so what if the bad guy has, you know, an automatic with like 50 round mags and a bump stock? And then the police are sitting here with muzzle loaders and they can get one shot in and they're gonna get annihilated. And then I go, well, that sucks. I don't know. I'd really rather our cops not have those things. The automatics, I mean. And I don't really like ramping up militarization. I do ultimately understand, though, that it's a problem if the bad guy can annihilate 1,000 people in 10 minutes. I don't really know what the answer is to that. I just know I don't want guns everywhere. Makes you consider every shot.
Imagine if everyone, cops, citizens, had access to firearms that could shoot multiple rounds without pausing to reload. After the first shot, the second, third, and so on come much easier.
Kim? You're saying that just loosely enough that I can't tell which side of that you're on. What do you mean, imagine? I think you're saying, imagine how scary it would be if everyone started just unloading with reckless abandon. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trapped in a wall of confusion for some reason. I suppose that's the argument Kim talked about earlier about the RCM not having ceramic armor and losing, I think, 6 officers to automatic fire. Right, so you got these militias out there with freaking crazy armor, crazy firepower, and then you got these guys sitting here just like, I got 1 shot. Won't even damage their armor, even if I hit them correctly. So I guess we die. Yeah, I don't know. It's not great.
But back to the investigation.
I definitely don't want to fall into the American thinking, though, about just ramping up. Everybody gets more guns until we all shoot at each other. Seems like we're looking for an antiques enthusiast. I know someone that meets that description. Could the victim have been mixed up with some foreign guerrilla fighters? Have well-armed jamrock bangers started crossing over into Martinez? Yeah, something mysterious is afoot with this antique bullet type. No, we're just going to talk about the antiques enthusiast.
Doesn't seem that likely. But we'll
Every
check out
mayor
all
should have a
possibilities.
nuke.
Next step,
Jesus.
finding the gun itself.
What a terrifying sentence that is. Yeah, let's check out our leads. Seems good. Well, that was a huge bit of dialogue to hear. Find the murder weapon. Locate a working firearm that shoots 4.46 ammo. There's Steban, the student communist, and the abandoned lorry. Oh, there's a white check in the abandoned lorry I forgot about. Alright, I need to get out of the dance music for a minute just because, like, it's fine, but you hear it looping sometimes for way too long. It's not even fine, like, it's good. It's enjoyable to listen to, but I think I would get tired of it after a while. So I've got 3 skill points to do. I'm obviously not going to spend one yet until I see what I could use it on, but just to refresh our memory where we're at for that. I'm going to save again. I was at the point on the last session where I really genuinely didn't know what to do about the sniper nests question anymore. And I can't... Please don't tell me it's just this. Oh no, it's a cormorant. To your right, a white-bellied cormorant eyes you suspiciously. As well it should. Yeah, I was looking all over the whole area for these sniper nests, and I found one of the 3, and the other 2 just didn't seem to exist. And I'm maybe at the point where I just kind of want to know if they're actually accessible and I never found them, or if I have to progress further before I'm allowed to find them. I'm actually not sure they exist. Okay, so it's a mystery to all of us. That question, the way I posed it, I want to know that, yes. Is it possible to find the other 2, or is it not possible now? Because that's not even telling me where they are. It's just saying, can I even access them? And when I say, can I access them, I mean, can I simply walk up to them right now with the game in the state it's in and click on something? Or do I have to now progress through other things? I think there is one that you can find, although maybe missing a crucial clue or 2. The other will come in time. Okay. Yeah, so I just needed to know, do I need to still continue looking around the island? Just poking around for ages, or... It sounds like no, I don't need to do that. Okay, thank you. It just lets my mind settle so I don't have to keep thinking about that, because I've really wanted to just find them and be done with it. Because it seems like such a central premise to want to work off of.
Hello, hello. Let
Oh.
me know if I can help you with anything.
You're the antique guy and you got nothing. He just wants to share his... Well, I want to ask him if he could share his pure Holidon with me. I don't really want your psychoactive drugs right now, thank you. Is there evidence or something I can look
You
at
see
here?
rows of toy soldiers
Oh, right.
the rest of the trinkets
Interfacing
displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags.
I don't
others
know how
yet-
relevant that is, but it might be somewhat relevant.
All the old boomboxes are there, blinking and waiting to whirl. All but one. Yours.
Yeah, that's the one I have, because it's mine. You don't have any sad songs in here? I know you got an expensive street lamp, that's about all. Okay, so you're the one main antique guy. The only other guy I know that might have a lead is... Well, I don't really think he's gonna have a lead, but it's the cool guy over here. He seems to have some random crap. Oh, I see
Everything's still cool here, officer.
No, you got nothing. I see this. How do I reach this? I don't think this position was... Fall within, not human. I don't know that you could go over here before. Up there, the phasmid, perhaps? No, you know it's but a dog. But a dog. Such a strange phrasing. It's like when you say you see something with your very eyes. I'm like, what do you mean, your very eyes? Aren't my eyes enough? Why do they have to be very eyes?
The shine on these sunglasses
I don't like looking through his rummaging boxes. I don't suppose you might know anything about rifles, too?
Oh, sorry, officer. What do you want?
Host Almighty. He's a total bummer now.
I'll leave him alone, Inland Empire. His friend died. Call somebody a bummer. Of course it'd be a bummer. That's... So, the bench has a prompt now? What is happening? They're just throwing prompts everywhere. Etched into the wood, barely visible. Remember thee. The rest is lost to time. Oh, the precious irony. We can't remember it now. Given the recklessness that my character often shows, I'm surprised there's no, like, dice roll to jump out to a hunk of ice just for the crack, just to see what happens. Again, there's no one talking to me from the sewer anymore. Where did we leave off with Titus? Did he have something for me anymore? Or maybe we're back and forth again. Oh, right, there was a check in the lorry. I guess we could have a quick look there. Is that... No, I've got to go around, don't I? It's quite amazing. I mean, in some ways, it's a relatively sprawly map, but in some ways, it's also relatively compact. And they've managed to put so much all around it. Pretty much everything has a
lorry
purpose.
Abandoned by its owner, stuck in the interminable traffic jam. The smell of cigarettes and perfume. Well, there's something odd about the passenger seat. The seating
Right.
fabric has been pulled tight. Voila.
Voila.
Bonne prise. Best not to disturb the scene.
The stack of maps looks just
Sorry,
like
what was
before.
the check here?
Barely noticeable. The move looks like
Strange. There are so many radio stations here.
the ghostly. These, one of them, but there's definitely perfume in the air. It's the remnants of the actresses and You wedge your... But one sandpaper adds extra...
Around the
grip.
cabin again.
The movie stars are still smiling. A metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty. The pulling toolbox slides back into its nest. You close the...
Did I misunderstand what I read there? Abandoned lorry. Physical instrument. Challenging. Yeah, that's where I am. Oh, it was to open it without the key. Why is it still here? Shouldn't it have turned gray? It's a little confusing sometimes because, like, they'll bury a check sometimes under a text box that you've already read through. And so you can't always tell if you've got, like, a route to find what you need to click on. Maybe it's a bug or something, or... I don't really know. I don't really have that many things to do here. Oh, God. Oh, never mind. I've got tons. Andre has one? Church doors. Yeah, a lot of these, I think, should be over with by now. White checks that you didn't do are no longer accessible, still remain. Oh, I see. So it's like systemically a way the game was constructed that I just kind of disagree with their methodology. The way I would do it personally is it wouldn't be this either. It would be its own, like a lockout kind of gray sideways lines or something like that. Or even just like a little image of a lock or something just to make it clear you can't do this. Or even make them black. It's something that looks inaccessible. But I wouldn't make them confusable with the ones that are currently on board. Just kind of like an odd choice for that. Alright, now I know. Thank you. I didn't understand that's how that worked. Hardly anything to get worked up over. It's just like a slight frustration. I don't want to talk to you about tattoos. What do I want to do? I want to locate a working firearm that shoots 4.46 ammo. You need to find the firearm that killed the hanged man. Something tells you it will take some time. Right, but I don't know when I was supposed to have found this in the first place, so that time might have already been taken by now. This might be actually accessible to me right at this moment. You can start by identifying the bullet so you know the weapon that shot it. After that, keep your eyes open and be patient. I went to the antiques guy. He didn't even have a single thing to say about it. Unless it was buried underneath some other thread. I don't think that it would be, though. I want to ask Titus now and see if he's got anything. Or perhaps anyone in Whirling in Rags might have an idea.
The Copper-nado is bad.
It's not your best work, Titus. But I guess I'd take it over the clown or whatever you're saying. I want to go over a few things regarding Ruby's disappearance again. We left off in a sort of a state of, like, equilibrium, more so than we'd ever been in, I think, between myself and Titus. He didn't actively seem to want to smash my head open at the end of the last conversation. Is there a reason to not ask about the tattoos? Yeah, it's probably a bad one, but I have this suspicion that is almost definitely untrue based on my understanding how the game works, that if I ask him about this question, I'm showing my hand too much, and it might trigger the mercenaries to realize that I'm onto them, based on how the story's been progressing. I thought the same thing would happen with Titus. It doesn't. I don't think the game works like that. But I'm still choosing to do it last, I think, over all the other objectives currently available. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I want to go over a few things.
Yeah? What?
Ah, those are great things. Thank you. Grrr. Goodbye. Grrr. I'm angry. I have razor stubble. It defines me as a person. I'm practically a shrink minus the diploma. You got anything for me?
Hi again, gendarme.
Skill check into composure. I'm like a little curious, but not enough maybe to use a point for that.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
Okay, bye. These two don't really ever have anything to say to me. I'm not really sure why they're even here still.
I can't believe it.
Okay, they're boring me. You never have anything to say.
Hey, was there something you need?
No. I don't suppose Klasia would have anything to say about the bullet or the potential identification of a weapon. Still, I'm already in the building. I might as well pop by and ask her.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
Shivers. And timbers. I do kind of want to know about that. Should I put a point in Shivers? I think it's probably not going to be a very high chance even if I do, though. Actually, Shivers, I can only take 1 point in. So I guess I better make it count if I do it. Yeah, well, we know what we've done there. What was it again? Shivers was the main thing. What was the category? Doesn't matter. Might still be like a 13% chance or something. It's got to be very frustrating when you reach sort of the end of your ride through this playthrough, and then you're like, well, there's still these few prompts I just don't have enough points or abilities to reach, and that's just like out of your accessibility for this attempt. You'll just have to get him next time. Yeah, it's true. Life doesn't have complete completionism.
It's a fine day for questions.
Still pretty bad. Shivers 5, low 17%. +1 for independent Revachol. It's not inconceivable that I get it. It's like getting an angel room. Alright. Fingers crossed. Here we go.
Continuously nothing. The sky slowly slides above you.
I did what I could.
The young woman exhales the scent of menthol tobacco. Sounds like a sigh.
I forgot, is it possible to get an additional slot to put another point into Shivers, or that's just the way that's going to remain for the rest of this playthrough? Like, I know we're being capped by physique here, obviously. But I don't really understand if there's a way to get an additional... Oh, right, thoughts. Obviously, yeah, thoughts are the way you do that. I've still got 2 slots left for that. Je m'avoue is going to be an important one, which is nearly done. I liked what I had on before. Had like an ascot or something. Or put my horrific necktie back. Yeah, I like my beatnik look. Drugs. Oh, I didn't think about that. Good suggestion. Thank you, chat, for recommending drugs. Don't beat Nick. Maybe I deserve it. I don't know. I've been thinking a lot about socialism lately, and I hear that's the best way to stop that. Alright, whirling in rags, you're dead to me. For now. Dare I bother Kuno? I don't know what he's up to. He's probably pulling the legs off of spiders or something.
Kuno care?
Ah, right, of course.
Kuno doesn't...
Thanks. Yeah, I gotcha. That makes sense. What do I want to do with myself? I'd like to find the murder weapon. You want me to get into the old woman's shack? Think she's got shack soda in there? Oh, I hope she's got blueberry. That's the best one. I'll just, I'll do the quick way. I don't see the reason to drag it out. So, like, this is your shack, right? It's not that hard to get into. And there's no other prompts in here.
Hello, mister. Look.
Oh no, this isn't her shack.
My
Right.
mom tells me I'm a big girl.
Kids.
Bye!
I just thought because of her physical proximity to this shack that it was the correct one. So where is her shack then? Oh, there's a floorboard here.
As you look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack, it's clear
I thought this was
isn't quite level with the others.
I thought this was like her little guest shack or something. Like, I didn't think she'd give me the place she lives. I mean, that's asking an awful lot of somebody. Can I just live in your house while you sit outside in the snow? So you can see why I'd be confused by that. Anyway, we found the floorboard.
The edge of a floorboard next to it looks scratched.
Okay, we'll move it aside.
Hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below.
Cheers, thanks very much, Citrus Peppercorn, for the 92 months. Tremendous number of months. And much appreciate it. Thank you for sticking around for all this time. Sounds like you're on the 3-digit path. So, you know, I appreciate that too. I believe she said the shack is unused. Oh, so when we say her shack, we just mean that she owns it, but not that she's staying in it. So where the hell does she actually live? What's in here, or search through the sand and sawdust? I want to search through the sand.
You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside.
This is how you get a nail through your hand, by the way. Don't do this.
And then something hard wrapped in paper.
You should take a stick and poke around in there first before you stick your hand in.
A small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet.
Oh, we're all about those lately.
A 9mm bullet, to be exact. Fit for all muzzle loaders of that caliber.
She said the smaller one to the right is easier to heat. You're right, she did say that. I forgot. Thank you. Oh, hey. I've been watching you for over a decade, starting like hundreds of indie impressions. Well, that's a long time to watch someone as well, and I appreciate that too. I said on the stream the other day that I'm probably going to be doing, as a New Year's resolution, I'd say a couple more indie impressions a week starting in 2025, hopefully with a Patreon accompanying. So maybe look forward to that, provided I can hold up to my end of the bargain and actually motivate myself enough to do it. Fingers crossed. Anyway, so the bullet isn't for a breech loader like the murder weapon.
The floorboard isn't interested. Maybe the washerwoman is. You have enough to confront her with.
Sorry for the self-promotion. I know it's kind of annoying sometimes in the middle of things.
Holding the bullet, you get the feeling this isn't ammunition against you. It's for herself.
That's fair. Did we learn something here? You found a bullet in the washerwoman's shack. Ask her about it. Okay. Can I attempt the mirror thing?
An old mirror hangs on the wall.
No.
You see the reflection of your face.
Electrochemistry. One of these days, I'll learn escape doesn't leave that. Hey, so I found your bullet. What's going on there?
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Yeah, so you know how you've been, like, very kind to me and, like, really accommodating and, like, gave me a place to live? Can I just, like, hassle you for a while? Why was there a bullet under the floorboards of your shack?
Damn that girl.
Oh. Is it Cindy the Skull? Is she rampaging in the night?
And without anger,
I don't know.
A long and harsh life has taught her not to buckle under pressure.
Uh-huh.
A bullet?
The lieutenant turns to you and gives you a little nod, then turns to the washerwoman.
You didn't put it there, did you? She did.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either.
You rented the room to her? Yeah, we're talking not about Cindy, obviously. This is the person Ruby we're looking for.
Yes, I let my room to that Ruby girl.
She speaks slowly, wringing out a rag. After a long silence, her hands move into the water bucket. Some water sloshes over the edge.
As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear. We welcome all kinds of people here.
Yeah, it's a nice policy in the best of times. Sometimes it could be a real bad policy, too, depending on who ends up. But I appreciate your accommodation and the way that you seem to look at people and optimistically hope for their best sides. When was this?
She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into, that girl?
You don't know. You don't want to know about
She
that.
seems genuinely worried about her previous tenant. She's seen her hiding out from trouble before.
Do you know anything
This
about
seems different.
ligature marks?
That's for the police to find
Oh,
out.
wow.
Right then. Please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few.
The old familiar blue notebook comes out. Thank you, Lieutenant. You said she left on Monday.
Yes, early with the dogs, around 8 o'clock.
There's dogs involved. Lovely. Is the room exactly as she left it?
I cleaned it, like I always do.
Is there anything else there?
No.
The truth, sire.
Yeah. What is she like, Ruby?
She's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation. So I really appreciate that about her.
You know what's odd, though? Like, quality conversation means a lot of different things to a lot of people, and some people are quite happy just keeping it light a lot of the time. And then some people want to get really, like, super hard into the, you know, socioeconomic decline of, you know, that kind of thing. And sometimes it's just sort of a matter of politeness. You don't want to necessarily thrust some really difficult subject on someone you don't know super well. So it's just a matter of having connections that feel close enough to you that they're open enough to want to have those chats, if you want to have them, I mean. And I think it can be easy to sort of look at other people like, oh, they don't want to open up to you, but sometimes it's just like everyone's just trying to be polite and they just don't want to step on anybody's toes. I've been guilty of this too, where I feel like, why don't people want to talk to me? But, you know, it's sometimes both sides being in conflict there.
This Ruby is an old lady whisperer. She knows how
Don't know
to
what
work
that
the
means.
village elder, unlike you.
How to work the village elder.
Did she talk to you much during her last stay?
No, she was mostly silent this time. Kept to herself.
What do you mean, what do you mean? That sounds pretty self-explanatory. What do you mean?
She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cast a few lines, but this time she mostly stayed in her room.
Wouldn't it be funny if Ruby was just like the lady on the pier right over there, and we don't know her actual name? She just played me for a fool, and the lady is like not able to turn her head that far, so we don't know she's standing there.
She wanted to talk to her, as they usually do, but she was brooding.
Why do you think she left the bullet there?
How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun.
Oh, good. She looks back towards her shack thinking.
You could ask her about your hunch, that it was a desperate measure. See if she thinks Ruby fits the bill.
I have a possible explanation in my mind.
Aye. Do tell.
A seagull flies overhead, obviously a bad omen. Yeah, you don't want to be anywhere under a seagull. Also, why have we not asked her name? That seems super weird to me. We've been talking to her for ages now. It's an exit plan.
Exit from what?
The world.
The lieutenant stops writing for a moment. He looks at you, then at the old woman.
I'm saying, why are we still calling her washerwoman in the log here? Why isn't it changed for her actual name? It's weird.
No, she's a fighter.
She really believes that.
Okay. I heard she was a heavy drinker with anger issues. You ever witness that kind of behavior?
Nothing of the sort. Sure, she was no stranger to the bottle. She fit in that way. But I only knew her to have a beer on the beach while watching the sunset.
Yeah, I don't want to demonize somebody if they drink occasionally. It's hopefully nothing.
She isn't what you'd call a drunk. Even offered me some from time to time. Said it was part of the communal life.
Communaire.
But I never saw her lose control of herself.
The commoner.
The way some people do.
Mm-hmm. So we're getting conflicting reports again, as is always the case with every single fact ever in this world. Did she have any technical equipment on her, like radio stuff?
Not that I know of, though she was into nice music. She once showed me a few mixtape milieux she'd made.
Oh, right. Camioneers are truckers. Thank you. I forgot. We actually did know that already. I just didn't have it in my head. Thank you. Thank you for always keeping me honest on these. A lot of words to keep straight. She brushes her forehead with the back of her hand. Water drips to the ground.
Although I guess she was pretty handy with the mechanical and technical stuff. Even fixed the heater in the shack. You should be thankful for that.
I am. It's nice to have a heater. Especially if it's a bit drafty in there, which it probably is. Where did she go? Move on.
I don't know. Further up the coast. She tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat. Woke me up. I heard her rushing in those heavy boots, heading up north.
Pregnant hinges. Well, the heat bit is leading to that, but you know.
You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only just arrived.
Does she know about the reed hiding cryptids on the coast with ceramic arms? Ceramic white arms.
I wouldn't worry about that, man. We are persistent.
Further up the coast we go then, but the place is huge, she's a needle in a haystack, or wipe your brow. Man, I was really hoping she'd be hiding in this village. Are you sure she didn't go somewhere more pleasant and less wet? We also have like a harebrained theory or hypothesis that maybe she's hiding in the sewer, and I'm thinking there might be something to that too, as we found multiple inlets and also heard weird sounds coming from below the ground. And I don't know what's going on there, but could be. Are you sure she didn't go somewhere more pleasant and less wet?
Yes, it's going to be too much work for you to find her.
I don't know about
Better for you to stay here, get a nice cozy fire going in the heater.
I think you're just being nice and trying to dissuade me from looking for her, to be honest, but...
The failed electric neuron.
Yeah?
You feel like you should go look at it again.
Oh.
Step closer this time.
Oh, we're gonna get into that building, apparently. There's like a false wall on it. I think that's all we know, or to ask about
What
Ruby,
more
right?
do you want
Yeah, no,
to
that's
know
enough.
about? Yes. One thing, officer.
Yeah?
If you do find her, please go easy on her.
She looks around. The air is getting colder. I have been trying to go easy on people when I can.
It's an honest plea.
Right. I'm appreciative for your empathy. I think more people need more empathy.
She's a good girl. Whatever she's gotten herself mixed up in.
We don't know for sure, though, what the situation is. Good people can do bad things, but yeah, I don't know. It's always possible there's even another wrinkle to this story that we are not yet privy to, and the reason for all of this is still outside of our ability to grasp. Alright, this is the Feld electric mural. I'm trying to see before I approach it again. Is there some obvious thing I didn't notice? I mean, there's a terrible looking ladder there. It's missing like half of its rungs, maybe. I don't think we should chance that. Alright, so what do you have for me?
You see a once bright mural towering above you.
It is towering, yeah.
Peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, "Tomorrow is just a whisper away."
Why does it sound so profound when he says it there? I think it's because the soundtrack tapered off at the same time, so it seemed like a big deal. Like it was framing the words. Step closer.
Above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing in the remains of the edifice. Feld Electrical. How ironic. All these dark rooms.
Odd that that heals my morale for some reason. Not really sure I understand the basis for that.
Feld Electrical. You only know them as a small company that makes ink cartridges. Looks like they used to be big. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first.
There could be something in the water, besides fluoride and shit. Could Ruby be in there?
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room.
She's living it up in there. She's got a streaming setup.
In that church tower, maybe.
Oh, Kim. You're such a joker. You have the most wry delivery ever. It's great.
Why single out this one building?
Oh, my lord. Oh, my god. This is like all of it come together. The ultimate singularity of skill checks. Found the empty trap, heard Lena's true story, established the nightclub. So this is like the final boss of Revachol. Discovered the anomaly, death notification, found the jacket. I mean, if I fail this, I should just uninstall at this point, right? That's the world telling me. 3% chance, go home.
Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead. No rustle in the reeds.
No one named Russell is in the reeds right now?
The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb.
Lara? What was I even attempting to do here? Turn to Lieutenant. She could be anywhere. How do we find her? I'd like to hear what Kim says.
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay.
Lieutenant sighs and gets a hold of himself.
She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography.
Yeah, he remembers. I was thinking there was just gonna be like a wall we could walk in. Like a fake brick that opens into something.
And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is a step too.
Yeah, we just have to search every building on Earth. Surely she'll turn up at that point.
Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can.
All right, you take
first,
the south
like we did in
hemisphere,
the
I'll
village.
take the north hemisphere. We'll come back. Just a normal workload. What was I even attempting
Trying
to do
to
here?
talk to the wind, the city, whatever you
You could
thought
paint with
would
all the
happen
colors of that.
did not.
The wind, I mean.
And now you're just standing there in the dusk hour with your hands fallen to your side. Is trying to talk to the city something you've done before? Is it in your secret repertoire? A trick for when you're out of ideas?
It sounds like what you're doing is meditating, and you're just using the city as a surrogate for when you talk to yourself, which I don't really care if you do that. If it helps your process in some way, go ahead. Talk to the city, talk to yourself, talk to Kim. Oh, talk to the snowflakes.
A prayer of sorts to Revachol.
There is one instance where prayer can be useful as an atheist, which is the miners in the collapsed cave scenario, because prayer can redirect your thoughts away from your current predicament and onto something else, which can lower your heart rate, which can change your breathing, which can slow your breathing and cause you to take in less air. So in that one instance, I'm completely fine with prayer. I don't know if Revachol needs any, though. I think we've got plenty of air out here, even if it's stinky sometimes. If that fails, if we don't find her...
Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, displays. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Oh, you're being very literal there, because that's what I thought we were going to be doing, yeah. He looks behind him at the dark red box crumbling across the chasm.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already got you.
Oh, I know. It's so far. So far. Let's talk to the wind.
Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules.
Yo, we got
around you,
molecules?
moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure.
That's how it works.
Like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box
Why would you say
in
that?
front of you in her breath, flowing through it.
Like that of a woman emptying her lungs. The specific air pressure molecular exchange of a woman emptying her lungs. Alright, sure. Weird. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath.
In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs. And then the beach below the boardwalk.
Oh.
Its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
Well, it sounds like we're listening to ourselves and calling it the wind. What is happening?
She's down there.
Below this building.
Okay. Why?
Kim's not gonna appreciate the wind told me, or ever since I woke up, maybe even before I've been getting these strange cold spells. I don't love we've looked everywhere else either, but it's the only one that's based in something.
Right. How do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
The ladder next to the sign, perhaps we can climb it, enter through the roof, or yeah, I don't know. I looked at that ladder, it looks terrible. I mean, there's a set of 3 missing rungs in a row, it looks like. Is it even, like, stable at the top? I can't tell. It looks like it might be just falling backward off the roof. Is this gonna be some, like, supreme skill check problem?
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
I'd love that for you too, Kim. I don't want you to die.
There has to be a way to use brute force. Climbing sounds unsafe. Brute force is safe. Look around and find something to break if the ladder fails.
Something to break. Alright. What's this?
Jamais vu.
Oh, jamais vu.
Realization.
Ah, the face
Jamais
roulette.
vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange.
Isn't that
and
like
new,
having a stroke?
Like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
Do the French or the Germans have a word for the very specific feeling of severe melancholy at not being able to go back to a specific place in your life? I guess that's just nostalgia. I was going to say like a physical place that because of your circumstances changing, you are no longer welcome in. Say like your childhood home or like your elementary school or something like that. You'll never be able to be the person you were when you were welcome there again. I guess it's just nostalgia. Wistfulness. I just know the Germans and the French have a lot of really specific great words for stuff like that. And I guess I wouldn't mind upping my vocabulary even more. Wistfulness is good, though. I feel like it lacks a certain urgency or, like, a disturbing element. It's like an adrenalizing realization. A gestalt of frustration that you can't be that person ever again. Does that make sense? Obviously you can't. Like, there's nothing that should be surprising about that, but occasionally it hits you again, like, right, oh yeah, time passes. Isn't that weird? Indirect modes of taxation. Should I spend another skill point? I feel like it's always good to have something on the go. I'd love to know about apricot chewing gum. You have found a trace of entity who's been stalking you across the plains, the Gloomstalker, the conglomeration, the shadowy organization behind your downfall. Possibly connected to the dreaded X something. Granted, it is impossible to determine the true identity, but you can remember where you first smelled its treachery. Yes, use the Tutti Frutti gum wrapper, reconstruct the day you first breathed in her untrustworthy atoms. The Dread X. Oh, the Wompty Dompty Dom Center. They didn't believe it was real. I'm like, why couldn't it be real? It's just a sort of silly name. It's not that weird. It's Wednesday evening and something heinously exciting is underway. People gather beneath the billowing roof of an oddly shaped trophy building. Sipping wine and exchanging opinions, 29-year-old Wonder Twins Guy and Keith Joost are the stars of the show. Their bomber jackets and white sneakers, head curators of this art exhibition. It's the Wompty Dom Domiest event of all year. All the cool kids have RSVP'd. Where are you? Oh, I'd like to know this one too. How are there so many options? I don't think I want to know indirect taxation. Wasteland of Reality. Nah. I'm torn between these two. Col de Mamadaqua and apricot chewing gum scented one. I think I'd probably be happier with this one between the two. I don't know, an invisible incorporeal bird sounds pretty sweet too, though. And I have to leave one slot left in case there's an emergency thought. I suppose I'll do this, the chewing gum one. Climb the ladder to the roof or find another way into the Feld building. Right, brute force. before I climb the ladder, let's just have a quick look around. Oh, there's a drain pipe. That's probably what they mean.
An old pipe peeks out from beneath the rotten boards of the boardwalk. Could this be an alternative path into the fell building?
I don't know. It looks dangerous, but so does the ladder. Chat has warned me a few times about the point of no return. And they said it was very obvious, actually, or I thought that, I got that impression anyway, that it seemed quite obvious that I was doing that. If you got any other things you want to do, you might want to get those done before investigating in there thoroughly. Yeah, I mean, I do. I guess let's go do the spray paint then. I've never been able to commit to a single thing to spray paint on that wall. So I guess we're finally facing down the last few hours. What a peculiar feeling that is. I would also talk to Cindy. I've talked to Cindy a lot of times. She's sick of me, to be honest. There's like an incredibly comforting feeling about this place, even though there's so much sadness here. I guess it's probably a lot to do with the nature of this sort of trauma bonding murder mystery with Kim and I, and then the soundtrack being so dreamy and ethereal. What a thing that, like, the juxtaposition of going, oh, I never want this murder mystery to end. It's just truly bizarre to be able to say that earnestly. Talk to Joyce after Jamais Vu. Oh, Joyce moved over here, didn't she? She's over at the docks. I might not have talked to her again for a while, because I actually talked to her fairly recently, and there wasn't that much new. I'd love to talk to her more, but she doesn't have anything else to say.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Joyce, I'm told you have something to tell me.
More lessons in basic reality?
Ah, here we go.
My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
Conceptualization 5. 12 plus for Jamais Vu thought. Very high.
What is all of this?
All of this.
The scent, the sound, the air.
Please explain. What world is this?
What world? The only one, I suppose.
The world of Marvel.
The world of matter.
Oh.
And its pale antipode.
Antipode. I can't remember what the word antipode means. I knew it in my 20s. It's gone. Are you gonna tell me of the pale? Because I need to know that for something else. So maybe this is like a opposite location is antipode. Thank you.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
What do you see?
Great bodies of water. Forest-covered surfaces. Clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough.
This world is Kenough. I agree. In geography, the antipode of any spot on Earth is the point on Earth's surface diametrically opposite to it. I see. Yeah, I think that extra context of it being, like, globally opposite is probably important. Important?
There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included.
Okay, what's the term?
Elysium.
Oh. Elysium, the world needs a term of endearment. Yeah. Because it's like killing the messenger, right? If you're mad at the world because the humans did all these interpersonal frustrating things, it's not the world's fault. I mean, I guess in some ways you could say the scarcity of resources promotes, you know, abhorrent behavior in some cases, but, like, that's still not any... No entity set us up that way. It's just the way matter works. So, yeah, Elysium. The world deserves a term, or needs a term of endearment.
It does. There are those who would call it hell.
Yeah, what is hell? Is it separation from God, or are you being actively burned?
A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists.
I don't feel like I got the whole picture yet.
Oh, you want a picture?
Yeah,
of the
paint
world?
for me, please.
There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit.
How come?
Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways.
Are great things still difficult to achieve if you inherit a slave-run emerald mine? Or is it easier then? For now, we're viewing the world from the inside sideways. Inside sideways. What shape is this world then? Oblate spheroid, but inverted.
We used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day.
It's a cube.
You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
Okay.
ORG, Occident Revichol-Grad.
Also a fun thing for a Sunday evening.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific contributors, they're piecing together a dark grey corona.
Oh, don't speak the name of that. I'm sorry, you didn't know at the time. A dark grey corona.
Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
Okay, so we're not speaking metaphorically here. There's, like, literally a unnatural phenomena. I guess it wouldn't be a phenomena to them, but to me it is. There is some element of understood naturalism occurring that we are figuring out about this world. So the Pale is not a metaphorical heaven thing. It's not some sort of, like, spiritual realm. It's literally a thing.
A cold fear seeps into you.
What are you telling me?
You seem to be spooked. Please don't be.
Well, I've said this a few times. This game likes to kind of ride the edge of reality and then twist it a little bit. And no matter how many times I know they're going to do that, I still can only work from the framework I've got until they twist it again. So, yeah, of course, I'm going to be surprised by this because I didn't know. But I can quickly integrate it into my understanding and then realize how far askew we've gotten from the original conception I have of this world. It's fun, though. It's fun to be surprised like that. And to build such a coherent story with such good writing to then depart from your understanding is even better. It means there's more fantasy, and it means it's more grounded to start, so it's more satisfying. Her voice becomes homely, calm. She lets a moment pass. The Pale, and what do you mean by corona?
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness.
Oh, please don't tell me we're, like, already dead. You're not gonna Sixth Sense me for the whole game, are you? Oh, imagine. Imagine they did that. What the hell is a rarefied envelope of matter, by the way? I don't know what that even means. I have to look up what being rarefied qualifies as. Of air, especially at high altitudes of lower pressure than usual, thin. Distant from the lives and concerns of ordinary people, esoteric. Oh. I guess that's literally what I would have expected that to mean. But I didn't really want to overthink it either, because I could draw the wrong conclusion and poison the well for the rest of it. Rarefied envelope of matter. Just a tremendous sentence.
I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy.
Oh, right, yeah.
Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here.
Forgot she's the only one that's put a term to my memory loss.
But this is one of the greatest questions of our time.
It's a pretty great question,
yeah.
yeah.
Complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound.
Huh. I'm trying to imagine in another scenario, say you're the people of the Matrix or something as a hypothetical, and somehow it becomes apparent to everyone living in the Matrix that they are indeed living in the Matrix. And it becomes commonly understood and known, you know, as fact, not just mythos. Would that bring people together to finally have a true understanding of their existence in context? Or would they just simply take in that information and then move back to where they were before, finding some other thing to be fixated on? I guess with any quest for understanding, there's always plateaus and then greater searches immediately after. And we have come to some really incredible moments of pinnacles of discovery. Like the moon landing, that's something that we never probably imagined we'd ever be capable of as a species. And as soon as we've done it, it's just like, so what's next then? Do we go to Mars? And obviously on a larger time scale, though. I'm just saying, like, as a society, we kind of keep moving forward. So I'm not sure if that's true that it would bring people together, maybe temporarily. I know there was a sort of euphoric high at the time of the moon landing. I wish it was for a better reason, though, rather than just beating another country. Because it was the space race, right? So we wanted to do it to be the ones to plant our flag for the sake of bullshit American exceptionalism. Why couldn't it have been the world's flag that went on there instead of we claim this, like we're the ones that did it first as Americans? I don't like that. I'm talking about the moon landing. Sorry about the ad. I'd so much rather spread the joys and highs of success amongst everyone on Earth rather than keep fracturing each other and dividing and othering others. Just try to share the joy and share the victories too. Because really, if anything will be our undoing, it'll be ourselves. A fractured corona doesn't feel like it's going to bring anyone together.
You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's...
Oh, you mean literally bring them together, like it's Elden Ring. They're living in the Shattered Lands. Alright. I didn't even consider that as an option, to be honest, so...
It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it.
I like that she knows I'd love it. I thought that said I don't care about disco, I only care about communism. Which would actually completely be a line that would be natural to this But it says the commune. Well, if you say it's disco.
See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunities.
The cold seeps into you. The air is heavy with 80% humidity.
Oh, shivers, you know the humidity percent. That's very accurate.
Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides.
Now, I know it's the same thing. I just mean for the sake of the glibness in delivery, saying I only care about communism is just such a, like, you know, fickle kind of superficial thing to say, and I just thought that was funny. Yeah, you're suddenly conscious of yourself standing there on whatever all this is. Yeah, I have that all the time.
The lieutenant observes you both, silently. He adjusts his glasses.
Try not to overthink that whole sudden realization of we're specks of dust, and it's too much for us. Our brains aren't designed to handle that scope. We really gotta stick to stuff like, I gotta go buy bread. I gotta go to work. I gotta go to bed. That stuff we can wrap our heads around. The cosmic scale stuff, though, like, no. My insight level's too low. See me later. You said pale. What is pale?
The pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality.
Oh. Wait a minute. I thought it was, though. I completely misread you. I thought you were saying it's literally a thing.
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today. We do have a case to attend to.
Dude, Kim's lines are so good. He's the mom that needs to move the kid on who won't stop talking. Because we've got to go to the grocery store now. We've got stuff to do. And Kim gets it.
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else.
I don't want to. I want to know what the pail is. Mom said you'd tell me about the pail.
I don't think your colleague would appreciate that. He has already been so patient with this whole exercise.
My colleague is my antipode.
Let's continue with something else, all right? You can
Wow.
ask about anything else in the world. Anything.
I got talked down.
But she wants to tell you.
Does she want me to come back when Kim's not here? Is that what we're doing?
You could sneak back later.
That's
when
two
he's
people
not
I've got to talk
around,
to without Kim.
Unless you can convince him to step aside.
I could ask Kim to step away. Kim trusts you. Alright, I do want to do this, so let me ask him.
Good idea. Just ask him. He won't make a scene.
Yeah, of course he won't, because he's nice. I don't know why this is necessary, to be honest. I'm sure he could just handle it for another second. Kim, can I talk to the ma'am alone for a second?
Fine.
I mean, he's right. We do have things to do, and I'm just sitting here babbling. But, you know.
See? What can he do? You're a grown man.
It's easy to forget that sometimes. You get roped into all sort of societal expectations, and then you kind of forget your own autonomy sometimes. At least I do. Now, what is the pail?
Are you sure you're sure? Your colleague seemed adamant.
I mean, I've had him leave, so... You gotta tell me now. What is the pail?
Okay. The pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the interocellular mass.
What does that mean? When you use words like separative tissue and interocellular mass, you're making it sound like there's just like huge lumps of skin. I don't think that's what's going on, though. Please tell me more.
Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The pale is the enemy of matter and life.
What?
It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness.
What? Oh. Yeah, separative tissue. I was so hung up on the word tissue and that it connects things together, I didn't think about how the word separative affects the word tissue. That's true. That is just sort of impossible for those things to go together. Unless you just want to take a wider view and say that tissue in certain areas creates negative space. I don't know. Doesn't matter. It's the negative space between tissues. Is it here? Look around.
No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west.
Is it nanomachines?
You are in the middle of the Isla.
Are we living in the Grey Goo scenario? Are there infinite nanomachines reproducing in a mass?
As your gaze instinctively turns north, a small black pit opens up in your stomach.
Oh my god, if it's nanomachines, and I'm not joking when I guess this, like, I'm not saying as a joke, I mean, that would be a tremendous environment to set a game in. It's just slowly consuming everything until it is the only thing that exists anymore. I mean, that is a whole story unto itself. What do you mean nanomachines? The Grey Goo scenario is where nanomachines get the ability to self-replicate, and they're like microscopic, tiny machines. So that once that mechanism gets out of control, they reproduce to such a level that they literally just occupy all space. Everything that could exist becomes occupied by it. And then they overflow like an ocean, killing every bit of life that exists, suffocating it out of existence. So that's where my mind went initially when I heard the Pale and then heard the description that it is anathema to life. That's not the word she used, but your gaze instinctively turns north. A small black pit opens up in your stomach. 6,000 kilometers from the end of the world.
Yes. That is enough. Many cities are built much closer.
And point north there?
An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. The area of transition between the world and the Pale is called Porch Collapse.
Is that when you have a fortress accident, you end up with a porch collapse? I guess that happens eventually. I can't understand. The language she uses is always exactly on the border of, like, sounding poetic and sounding literal. Rolling, evaporate. Like, she's just very good at using that sort of gray language where you can't really quite get a handle on it.
Imagine a grey coronal mist.
Oh.
Cold vapor.
Never mind. She's doing it there. Being very literal.
Organism. A mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's
Gray coronal mist, cold vapor marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism. So even what I said as a sort of hypothesis, the Grey Goose scenario, even if it's not that exactly, it might not be terribly far off in execution.
the most disco thing you will ever see.
Whenever people start talking about gray mist and, you know, clouds of types, I'm always just thinking it's just you're talking about visions of heaven, some kind of ethereal plane. But that's not what we're doing here. This is a physical issue.
You hear your pulse rise. The air feels caustic and cold suddenly.
What are its physical qualities?
It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic.
I just had the strangest feeling. I had like a moment where I got furious that we're not going to get a sequel to this. I just got so mad internally. Like, they just set up the biggest amount of world building in the world just now. And I'm not gonna get to hear how this turns out on a large scale? Holy shit. I'm so mad. Come on!
The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension, right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible.
Oh my god. Yeah, you're right. You're exactly right. The fact that there couldn't be a sequel to this is almost exactly what needed to happen for the sake of it. It's in its own thematic aesthetic, I guess you could say, that it turned out the way it did. Hang on, I'm sorry, I'm so distracted. The further into the Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension, right down to the mathematical numbers stop working. What the fuck? It's like fucking plank time in the middle of the Pale? No one has yet passed the number barrier. I thought you dissolve if you go in there. Does it kill you, or is it... I don't know. Maybe it doesn't literally kill you, but you become indistinct or something? I don't know how to compare this to anything or, like, what language to use. There is a lorry driver who is partially in the Pale. So now I have a completely different idea what that means. I thought the Pale was some sort of metaphor, and them driving in the Pale was them being like a part of a religion, is what I thought they meant by that. If we're surrounded by the Pale, how do you get from Isola to Isola?
Oh, it is so difficult for us.
Yeah, I bet. So could you just potentially take your little schooner out, think you're going from a place to another place, the Pale moves in, you get surrounded by it, and you're done? It sounds like it moves, right? So you could get surrounded and think you're, like, able to keep going, and then it's all around you, and that's the end?
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbor. Firm. Self-evident.
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path.
I don't think I understand any of that. Possible to force dimensions on the Pale. What do you mean? What do you mean it's possible? What does that mean, to force dimensions on it? How can you manipulate it? I thought we have no control over it. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude. Radio waves affect it, apparently?
But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost. Or having our minds
damaged. I thought it just kills you. Apparently damages your mind.
Extensively.
How?
Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter.
Oh no. This is a lot to consider. I get the extreme sensory deprivation factor. I'm not really sure how those work regarding the human mind. You know, the sensory deprivation tank's just like a black tank. You go in, you float in some water, like high salinity, and you just kind of sit on the top and bob around for a while. And then you start to hallucinate because your mind wants to see things, and there is no data. And your mind's not good at there being no input. So it makes input for itself. What does that do to people over a prolonged period of time? I don't think we've ever wanted to know the answer to that. And no one would really want to willingly... Well, I shouldn't say no one, but probably very few people would want to willingly put themselves in that position. An hour in it seems like a lot. I don't know if you'd want to do much more than that. Maybe you can think about, like, observing an electron or the double slit experiment. I do get what you mean by that, yeah. And then the second bit here, consists of past information that's degrading, is really interesting as a sentence. I've had this thought a lot where every moment that passes is like a discrete slice that sort of, I don't want to say physically exists, but it has something to it that we can't really perceive. And we simply can't access once it's gone. Like, we're moving through time on the same wavelength, the same speed. And then there's the leftover artifacts. So that's kind of what she's talking about, of what we've passed through, like, wake behind a ship. And so the degrading is the waves settling until the water is still again. We've disrupted the water and it slowly resolves. This maybe, it has to be said in metaphor because I don't really have the vocabulary. So if there was some way to access, and maybe this is again sort of based on a determinism factor, the frequency, amplitude, exact specifications of this individual wave in this metaphor, could you not recreate, deterministically speaking, that same experience in every possible way? Is there a way to use that data to reconstruct that slice again? Or is it truly gone the second it can't be perceived? Is that what the Pale's about?
They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
Call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, also laws of psychology, maybe history even. So like laws of causality breakdown? I guess we kind of hinted at that before. Continuity doesn't follow. So that means we can't use an established cause and effect. Everything we think follows doesn't. I think that's what we're saying here. If you remember the Pale Driver from like 2 months ago now, it felt like she had memories that weren't her own. I do remember that quite well, actually. And at the time, we were thinking, like, what's this, drugs? Or, like, what's she talking about? But yeah, I suppose that all kind of makes sense now.
Who says and who argues?
Huh? I guess I'll say that, since rhetoric wants it.
The logical positivists say, the dialectical materialists argue.
Oh. Thanks? Yeah, I think I'd prefer the dialectical materialist perspective, then. What does this over-radiation feel like?
It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of Pale exposure per year.
Oh. So, is there like a saturation level? Because you're making it sound like there is a maximum amount of Pale that produces a certain effect. It sounds like you can fully immerse yourself in it and it doesn't kill you if you stay within that guideline. Whereas if you went near the worst radiation, you know, you're dead in 10 minutes. I I don't actually know. Does it continue to scale up past, like, the elephant's foot? Is there radiation where if you're just, like, as you approach it, you just die? Or is it always you're cut into bits from the inside out? Every part of you starts ripping apart and bleeding, and it's like, it's always that process. I don't really know enough about radiation.
It's more for her. Way more.
You're not a civilian passenger.
No, Lieutenant Dubois. I'm entreprenetic business class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
Why? That sounds like a lot. It can impart so much energy you can die instantly. I see. So the truth is the elephant's foot is still, by a standard, maybe not by a human standard, but by some standard, still not as powerful as it could be. It's certainly more than enough for us. But maybe there is some, you know, other being. Never mind, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Perhaps that explains her strange pining after the revolution. Some degraded early memories.
Oh, right, yeah, comparing it to standing next to the sun. I don't think I'd last very long standing next to the sun.
Someone else you've met may have been exposed as well.
Yeah.
The strange grey-haired woman in her lorry.
Yep. 2 lorry drivers passed the Pale.
Carried in the hulls of airships. It's a horrific job. Automation will abolish it soon.
You know what this feels like? I don't know if I can even make this comparison out loud because I don't want to spoil it for anyone. There's a particular anime that I've enjoyed where you think you understand the nature of their reality, and then you get to a certain season and they kind of unveil the next layer of the onion, where you go, oh, all of these people doing all this stuff you don't really understand all has, like, logic and reasoning behind it. And now you have to reanalyze the way the first bit went, because now all of a sudden there's threads to follow. Rings a bit hollow when I don't just say the name of the thing, sorry.
You should ask the Pale driver about this. See what she
I'd love to, yeah.
That poor woman must have stories to tell, like you wouldn't imagine.
Yeah, imagine we find out Crayon Shin-chan is actually the story of Shinji. As a child, as a baby. Are you over-radiated?
Up to my gills, officer.
The thing is, if I say what it is, then I've already spoiled something about it by saying what it is, so... Sorry. There's no good way to do that. King of PNP! Thank you for the Tier 2 subscription. For 21 months on a 21-month streak. Says, entertainment easy, success. Subscribe for more disco. I appreciate that. Thanks very much for your generosity. What is entreprenetic?
Entreprenetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain.
They had not traveled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian Super E-Solar. It was not merely in the west, it was everywhere, even then, surrounding them.
Alright, I'll tell you what anime it is in 3 seconds, so mute yourself if you don't want to hear and have an element of it spoiled. 3, 2, 1, Hunter, Hunter. Okay, you're good now. You can unmute. Go. That was a circle saying you can now unmute. Did they cross it, the Western Plain?
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years.
Thousands of years? Do you have to talk to Jesse Faden about this? What has entreprenetics changed then?
Nothing.
Oh.
We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later.
So why did you say that everything in it dissolves? Like, as if you were saying it's like acid or something, or it's eaten away. I guess they mean, like, metaphorically first, then literally, because it's like your mind goes, and then when your mind goes, the rest of you goes. She made it sound more dramatically like acid fog before. Aerostatic craft?
Hybrid airships, Detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale.
Imagine playing this game for 50 hours and now finding out about the Pale.
In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. If we throw them precisely.
Great. And if we do not?
Then they don't.
Oh.
Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
Well, that sounds fun. I love skipping stones. How much Pale is there compared to the world?
The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping.
Oh no. Okay, so functionally it is a Grey Goo scenario. Slipping how? To our detriment, or...
What do you think, Detective?
It's growing, I think. There's more and more of the Pale.
Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists.
Oh, right, but then there's also the possibility that this entire world is fabricated in Harry's mind. And the Pale could be lucidity erasing this scenario where he hates himself and wants to die and is miserable. His mind might be building itself back up. I'll just make an AVGN frown face while I think about that. I'm not usually very happy with those sorts of endings, so I kind of hope it's not that, but I also think they could stick the landing if they needed to. Cover everything that can't be. Where would we go? Where would we go?
Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge.
Man, sure would be tough living on an Earth where our impending doom is waiting just around the corner and we just can't seem to say or do anything about it. Just kind of have to wait as it happens. Really glad that isn't the scenario we find ourselves in.
I suggest you do the same.
Okay.
Off we go. You see the hanged man's mouth open.
Off we go into the wild Pale yonder.
One and all. They say Pale is death, but for the universe.
I forgot what YouTube video it was that said it, but it was insightful to be told that saying a story takes place entirely in someone's mind is the easiest headcanon, because then it can apply to any story ever. Oh yeah. True. Pale is death, but for the universe.
Why should we just leave, and the world get left behind?
Because our ego is not the final say, unfortunately. I know our ego cannot physically perceive that it isn't the final thing to exist. But that's like the whole sentience thing we've got to figure out, right? Everything about us says we must have perpetual autonomy. Under all circumstances, I will be the last thing here. But the whole process of living is to have you understand that, no, there's other things that actually take precedence, and you are only one small, tiny grain of sand in the scheme of the rest of the machinations of the world. Let's return to reality, I guess.
Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, Detective, is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything?
I'm getting a sense of who I am, but no, I didn't know this.
Beyond curious. Tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
It's terrifying, or you were right, it's disco, or it will end all life, or that we continue to persist at all is a testament to our faith in one another. Interesting take. Its advance can only be stopped with immediate, total, ruthless communism. A powerful anti-communist force, perhaps too powerful, but still, they have it coming. I'm worried, I have to say, it doesn't sound very liberal to me. I don't know how you've all survived with it. It's a huge accomplishment, or who am I to think anything of it? Can you guess which one of all of these choices is the one that I naturally gravitate toward? Yeah, I don't know if it's just nihilism or the nature of it is so overwhelming, I guess. So I am definitely drawn to 9, yeah. Who am I to think anything of it? It doesn't matter what I think. It's a fact of reality, as I understand. As long as that's the case. I don't know if Joyce is a reliable narrator in this case, but hopefully. It's also the one where you don't take a position. Well, I'm also okay with 8. Yeah, I'll go with 8 then.
Mm-hmm.
Her eyes tense, crow's feet radiate from them. She observes you, your bloodshot eyes and swollen face.
You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then...
I'll handle it, it's under control, or this investigation will be my masterpiece, the only one they remember me by, I promise. Or yes, I'm in serious trouble here, or it'll be a fucking disaster, I know all these people will die. 2 seems a bit strong. I don't really want to say 3 or 4. I'm not trying to have that much arrogance, to be honest, so I guess I'll say it's a number 1. I'll handle it. It's under control.
I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi. I ran a check on him, and he is very competent.
Yeah.
In the meanwhile...
You're right about that. He is very competent.
Some of that assurance is meant for herself, as much as it's meant for you. She must have a lot on the line here.
She doesn't have any other choice, really, right? It's not like she can have me replaced, as far as I know. I mean, maybe she can.
You have me. I will assist you in any way I can.
It's not like she has the authority to have me replaced.
At a time.
She gives you a slight bow. Damn, Joyce, I didn't expect all of this today.
Good. You have not passed out from it. Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we still on the reality lowdown, or should we do actual police work now?
Yeah, right. Let's get to work.
Good luck, detectives.
Yeah, I'm not quite as far gone as I was in the first couple days. I don't know that that should have inspired me to pass out, but I guess if I was in Harry's position, I might have passed out. That's a lot. There's a lot to learn. Oh, man.
Yes?
Never anything new there. I didn't really get his reticence, like the reasoning before you guys said it in the chat there. I thought he was just like, I really want to stop messing around, which is fair.
The sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast.
I don't really want to do that. I love the idea to be right at the end of the game. You tell Kim he seemed to be following me. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Another really sad way they could do this. 50 hours into the game, right? You're just about to have your big breakthrough, and they set it up where the big moment is going to come in the morning, right? And so you send Kim away, and you go to sleep, and you wake up, and your memory's gone again. And Kim's dead. And everything that you worked for is just like, where did it go? Vanished into the wind. Ultra nihilism, sad boy ending. I don't want that. Please, no. Please don't kill Kim either. I don't know what I'm looking for now. Not you guys. Oh, we were gonna do the ladder or the mural. But you said not to do the ladder, because that's gonna move us forward. Didn't learning about the pail just reveal something new? Wasn't there another check that I needed the pail for? Suna. Right. Where am I now? I need to go the other way. Yeah, I've talked to Cindy fairly recently. I don't remember her saying anything interesting. She's usually, like, cursing me out for trying to go talk to the Communist Book Club. Back to the dance music again.
Yes, what is it?
Oh. Not great. Form a theory on the 2mm hole in the world. So is it possible we've discovered a new entry point for the pail or something? Well, I guess we'll see what we could do with clothes first. Sorry, I just...
Yes, what
logic,
is it?
Yeah. The moment I closed the box, it was gone from my head. There's a specific thing with her related to one of your tasks. Oh, okay. So should I wait then? Oh, for Cindy, not for this. I'll put on my logic glasses. And my logic coat. I don't mind that coat, actually. It's okay. Never really worn one like that, but I wouldn't mind trying one out. Oh, logic hat, I guess. Right. That's the logic look.
Yes, what is it?
Oh, much better. That's a tremendous bonus. Really?
Silence in your head.
Oh. Lame. That was so easy. It directs the thoughts upward. Yeah, I got screwed there. What do I do? Do I just freaking do it and try again? I have such a high stat in this anyway. This is my last skill point for the moment. Although I'm about to get another one, so it's actually fine.
Yes, what is it?
Still failable, but like, come on.
You don't have to.
Yeah.
You already have. A long time ago.
Suna, is it the origin point of the Pale?
What?
The swallow, it's how it starts. It's baby Pale.
But Pale isn't here. We're thousands of kilometers from the edge.
That comforts her.
The Pale is only in effect a transition between the world and the...
Then what is that?
It's nothing. No, it's less than nothing. No.
It's less than nothing, the final rest state for reality. Imagine if all this, spread your hands, never was.
Then the Pale is...
A gradient.
But the gradient, it clearly hasn't started yet. We're here, and the Pale is not.
One day, when it's larger, it will be.
I understand. A theory of the Pale where instead of an outer ocean, it metastasizes. Like a cancer or a mold. Erupting in points inside the world.
This is one of those places.
According to this, how long...
She's silent for a second and opens her mouth. Until it starts swallowing, it's already started, starting with sound.
And information. Causing data losses in the East Insulindian front. Have you considered why it's formed in a church? And also when or how it might start growing, or if it has other effects in addition to sound and data?
Does it have to be poetically positioned at the top of a church for a reason? Could it just be coincidentally there?
An intellectual hunger fills her now, casting fear aside.
I also have a question, since we are piling them on. How do you know this? I'm not doubting you. I'm simply curious as to how a detective of the RCM
knows how to think this.
It didn't form in a church. The church formed around it. Oh, classic. It's the freaking pothole story where the puddle's like, oh, what a perfectly formed world for me to live in. And it's like, no, you actually went in the pothole and then looked around you and came to that conclusion. You put the cart before the horse, you got it backward.
Of course! A pine wood sarcophagus. Or a containment facility of some kind. Built by the first settlers.
Acting on an instinctual level or religious practices we've forgotten. Or maybe there's some other symptom in how it affects the world that we're not aware of.
I have considered the same. The bad news is there were 7 pinewood churches built in the first decade of Reveshal settlement.
Oh my god. So you're telling me all of these churches are based on holes in the earth? What a wild story this is becoming.
Most of them were burnt down during the revolution, or repurposed before, during the suzerain. I'm not saying all of them have one in them, but...
Some of them might. A black grain hanging in the air.
All the failed businesses in the Doom commercial area, all the failure in Martinez. I'm not really sure I get the connection there. It hasn't really grown to the point when it's been able to affect anything but the sound in a very particular space. Unless we're ascribing some sort of mercurial, malignant negativity or something to it. Alright, I'll say it.
You think the presence of that puncture has somehow influenced the outcome of...
I get it with
here?
regard to corrupting your hard drive.
development.
That makes physical sense. I'm not sure how it caused some, like... I don't know, what do they have? Like a propeller company or something in there in a fitness gym to fail. Like, what does that have to do with anything?
She already made up her mind when she heard it. Some kind of great and uncaring force had to play a part. It wasn't only them.
No, we're reaching. People fail on their own.
True, we never should have upgraded to Vox 50. And the spec kept changing. And those damn heads. But still, the anomaly caused a massive data loss. So, it had a part to play. It does something.
Okay, let's back up a second. I came in here and asserted, based on my brand new information that I got from a lady on a boat, that I'm pretty sure this whole thing is the Pale. And she went right along with it without even missing a beat. Kim's staying neutral, as he often does. I might be passing misinformation on right now. I don't know.
An amateur anthropomedic police officer. I'd like to say I've heard stranger things, but I'm not sure. This is a hell of a guess, however. Well worded, I might add.
Stranger Things. Funny you mentioned that show.
Yes, it is very interesting. But I wouldn't say you know. This is a guess. One that's going to have to be proved by anthroponetic scientists.
She glommed onto it so fast I was a little worried that we were going to skip past that part. I apologize for doubting you, Suna. One day all the world will be like that 2mm hole.
She falls silent. The wind blows in.
It's easy to do in here with the silence.
The stained glass window, cold and moist.
I'm going to leave that out. But the rest, some of this I can use to start to explain this to the rest of the team. Maybe I'll sound mad, but...
Have they encountered these other silent moments in the other churches? Or and nobody's tested for it, I guess. But we could physically not hear sound when we stood in that one spot, so I feel like that would be noteworthy to anyone that did that. I think you could have gotten some more information on how you got these ideas if you picked different answers. Oh.
Man, you will certainly someday.
One more thing. Maybe a club for anodic music isn't the worst thing you can erect around this particular...
You really don't like it, do you? Wow, I'm loving the poetry of the sort of yin and the yang of music sort of encapsulating the energy of life with the Pale, which is sort of sucking away the energy of life. Both of these forces standing right up against each other in one space. It's just something really quite cool about that. And I think Egghead seems to intuitively understand that too. Perhaps not.
Yeah! Once the light is on in the universe, it will never go out!
I think he sees himself as some sort of, like, celebratory representative for humankind through the energy of life and music. He's like a transcendental angel of music to himself or something like that.
Thank you, Egghead.
In his hype man form.
We have an anthropomedic detection to perform in this district.
I do still have one mystery that needs solving. The radio ghost in the doomed commercial area's electronic doorbell. I guess. Seems pretty low on the list, to be fair. Innocentic egg. That's true. Great point.
The creepy woman. We were wondering about that when we worked there, but I had completely forgotten about it ever since. It must be anthroponetic crosstalk. The one you get in radios and long distance calls.
Are we hearing other
now it makes sense with the
people's memories?
Incredible. This would also explain why we get it on the police radio all the time.
It's quite common, actually. When the signal gets routed through Pale, all kinds of irregularities take place.
Oh no.
You may hear snippets of someone else's conversation, or the voice of your former lover, or an echo of an event that took place
sad and
100 years
creepy.
ago. is a shroud of memories, and it doesn't really distinguish to whom those memories belong to. You could hear anything.
That makes sense. Thanks for explaining it to me.
Anytime.
So it's possible then... Okay, it doesn't distinguish whose memories belong to who, but it's kind of like taking all memories and putting them into a library that is all thrown on the floor. Every book filled with memories just all on the floor in a big pile. And so if you could maybe harness the pile of books, you might be able to use the pail to ascertain information. If you could decode it, decrypt it, and sort of give it context again. You could see why in a police detective story, the idea of having memories that are accessible publicly in a way that is lacking any sort of obfuscation could be very useful. I can't believe I didn't hear about this sooner. What a freaking story. What a story, and how they've drip-fed it to me in a way that's never seemed overly pretentious or overly, over-eager to, like, shove the story down my throat. I've always been lured into tidbits of it where I'm curious and I'm the one pursuing knowledge. I don't know how many other games exist that have taken such a carefully considered approach toward allowing that discovery and wonderment to come from the player. It's like past has metastasized into the world as a pale mist. I'm beginning to believe. Just now, I'm starting to believe now. I think you'll find in nearly every session I have had at least 10 minutes of gushing about this game. Something like that, anyway. Do I not have any better hats? I guess I'll just wear this hat. I feel like I shouldn't wear this hat. Aside from the gloves, I actually don't mind this outfit. The boots might be a little much too, but... And the shirt underneath. Maybe there's a few problems. Now what? Oh, we're gonna go talk to the pale driver, aren't we? I think that's the thing to do. I think I literally just saved. Oh no, I didn't. I can't imagine how it must feel to put out such a cool story and know that people can absolutely miss out on it, even if they play the game. I really respect how much they don't railroad you into it. Yeah, it's the Ash Lake and Great Hollow of storytelling. I feel a profound sense of respect through that restraint. Through the fact that they know this is for people to come out and find. It makes me really enamored with their process and their ethos in storytelling to do it that way. Oh, yeah, that gate works too. Go through the gate. No, don't go through the gate. You can't go that way. I'm a fool. If you think about it, the real detective story is the friends we made along the way. Yeah. And it's a story of a lot of minor characters, and some of them are still very effective, even though they're minor. I pretty much can remember every single one of them. And I have a very bad memory. I think I've been in the Pale for too long. I also think that the approach to this whole world does not try to shy away from dark things, from from ugliness, from depravity, from unfiltered struggle. And when you show the player that you're willing to show them all of these elements of life, it's so much easier to take all of it in consideration in an impactful way, where you feel like you're not really being strictly curated toward, although that's happening in its own way, but like you're seeing a full broad spectrum of human behavior that you can relate to on a deep level. You're not getting railroaded down a particular thought pattern or belief system. You can truly come to your own conclusions, and you can see why people's motivations are what they are, and they generally seem to map in a way that makes sense.
Lowman, you caught me at an opportune moment. This awful weather keeps me awake. You can entertain me with your questions.
I think I know what's going on with you.
And what is that?
She sticks a filterless cigarette into a cigarette holder and reaches for the light. Reaches for the light. You're a pail driver. You transport goods through the pail.
Great. He asked the Pines rep about the pail, and now he's talking to everyone about it.
Yeah, Kim, sorry. It's, it's a thing. It's kind of an important thing.
Just try not to black out again, and don't contemplate. We don't have time.
I didn't black out. What are you talking about? Did I black out sometime? I must have blacked out. I forgot. Oh, I'm contemplating, Kim. I'm drawing existential conclusions from this. Yeah, no, just for detective work. That's all I need it for now. Everything is related to the pail. My condition, the case, everything is all entrepreneuric. Alright, I'll just do it for detective work.
That is exactly what I didn't want you to do.
Oh.
Ma'am, my partner wanted to know if you work in pail transport.
No offense. But your partner?
A white and silver... She lights a cigarette. A white and silver cloud of smoke disappears into her mouth.
Seems like a bit of an idiot.
Yeah, it's true. She breathes out. The air tastes sweet.
Republica. A filterless cigarette from Misk.
Oh, right. The original blackout. I thought he meant some other instance where I was overwhelmed with news. I blacked out overnight of heavy drinking and lost all memory of the world. Yeah, that's what happened.
Like Gabriel Buenguerro in Pergunte a Poeira. You're the opposite of me, then. I remember everything. Even things I never knew.
I did toy with the idea that the whole drinking aspect could be like a massive misdirect. Although I didn't have the pail as an option to work from. Imagine it was also sprouting up inside of that hotel room. Things you never knew.
The smell of liquor on Gabriel's lips after the shoot. In the motor park. The roses on the day of Franco Negro's coronation.
This lady seems like she's lived a cool life.
The smoke from the Fowling piece when Dolores Day was shot.
Maybe not that bit as much, well, you still experience things, but that bit isn't quite as fun.
The look on her face, like an orgasm. The wound in her chest. My hand in my father's hand. Except, I never had a father. And I never shot her innocent Dolores Day.
Over-radiation?
Heroic doses, Herifia. Heroic.
Isn't that dangerous?
Thought insertion? Dithering? The Grad Catalan Magistral? It's more than dangerous. It's sad. But at first I had to make a living. Now...
Is she like a junkie on other people's memories?
When you've seen it all go away like that, rolling off like the sea, and then come back to this...
She gestures at the square, the broken horse monument, the clanging of machines in the distance. So it's like a metaphor made literal for nostalgia. Or some way that you could like pull yourself out of your own life and into others.
What are we doing here? For thousands of years, Gabriel. It doesn't have to be like this. We can just give up. We can just become a vapor.
What does it feel like?
Nothing. Until it starts. When you are deep enough. Then, for me, it's like autumn. Dark, gray, and orange. The orange of street lights and the color of streets and electric light. It smells like autumn too. It smells terrible.
Autumn doesn't smell terrible. Autumn's like quite nice smelling. I don't know. I didn't really know how to describe it. Earthy, I guess. So what's up with Kim right now being so dismissive about this? Because it actually seems very relevant to the case. I know that he thinks I'm probably overindulging in this because it's like my new fascination now and I'm going around to talk to everybody. But I also think this is relevant and it's not just that. Is it a defense mechanism and he's just afraid of the whole thing and he wants to distance himself from it? And so the fact that I keep bringing it up is like nails on the chalkboard every time to him.
Nostalgia. Cooped up in the cabin, shaking. Terrible nostalgia. For yourself. For humans. It's too much to bear. She loves it.
I'm also getting a little bit of the Neon Genesis Evangelion instrumentality project idea, where Shinji's whole defining aspect as you progress through that show is he's coming to terms with the fact that he cannot break down the boundaries between him and other people due to a whole lot of psychology. He kind of wants to recede into everyone else so he doesn't have to have his own identity and he can truly be together with some person or hive mind or all of people, humanity as a whole. And there's a sort of a similar ego boundary breaking thing to do with the Pale and nostalgia that's going on here, and I find that very fascinating too. And then the lesson to be learned, of course, is no, you do have to be your own entity, because relegating all control to everyone else means you might as well not exist. You're always being passive in the face of someone else holding you down. So you have to assert yourself. And again, psychology and other factors play in. I'm just taking a really, like, simple slice of that story. But that is one of the factors of it. Yeah, you don't want to be completely passive observer. You want to have a role in your own life. Even if it seems tempting to let someone else steer, or to let all of humanity steer. It's not you anymore. You can't still be you anymore if that's the case. What does it look like, the Pale?
Like looking into the ocean at night, in the dark.
I've done that. It's okay. I don't know. It's not my favorite thing to do with the ocean. It's a nice sound, though. And not having so much stimulus coming from everywhere. You just listen to the nice waves coming in. That's pretty pleasant. I wouldn't say looking into it is my favorite thing, though.
You cannot see it, but you know it's there. And it's big, bigger than anything.
Uh-huh.
Bigger than all the other things combined.
Yeah, that's pretty big. Yeah, so you're like looking at a tip of the iceberg scenario. That seems to do it for you. Okay, how do you pass through it?
In the belly of an airship, behind the steel windows. So you don't look straight into it. It's not advised to look into it.
Why does looking into it matter? I didn't think looking into it mattered at all. I thought it was just about being into it. Just physically inside of it. Not on this lorry, then?
No, the same one, a roller. They all are nowadays. Special wheels for connecting to the floor of the hold.
She points to the machines clumped up like toys. One last thing, you said we can just become vapor? Well, I mean, that's energy conservation, right? At the end, we die. We get reabsorbed back into the earth. Or burned, or whatever. However we go, we end up transferring our energy into other facets of nature.
Yes.
Oh.
No elaboration.
I feel like I already have what you have in some way. Or I would rather have what I have than what you have. I don't understand. But what are we speaking of specifically here that you have? The nostalgia thing, or like your memories? I feel like I already have what you have in some way, I guess.
They say there is a point, one that I have not crossed.
Oh, versus being a reverse amnesiac. Sorry. Okay, gotcha.
Of course, on the U41A, or in Lomonosov's land, where every step you take is one step further from home, no matter the direction.
Mm-hmm.
It's a point you cannot come back from. Your mind becomes so radiant with the past, there is a flip. Instead of writing, it erases memory, nearing some kind of indescribable finale.
Uh-huh.
Maybe you've been down the motorway south?
She looks at her cigarette. It's almost out. She has swallowed it hungrily, then at you. The motorway south?
It's a story as lone horsemen tell. Lone horsemen, Sheriff, not pale drivers. Way beyond the established pale that's lit by radio frequencies, where it goes silent.
I really like this character. I didn't think I'd like this character this much.
And dark, and the process begins. Erasure, kilometer by kilometer, in any direction. The motorway south is a road you cannot come back from.
Okay. And what is at the end of the motorway south?
No one knows what's at the end. I've only glimpsed the beginning.
Uh-huh.
I've only felt it in the distance, when I was a child. A child growing on the leg.
I did forget, ironically, I forgot that I can forget memories and potentially replace one with another. So it's not necessarily my last slot, it's just the last one before I have to pick something to get rid of. So if I'm really determined, I could pick a couple of other ones. When I was a child, she goes silent, her eyes closed and hands shake. A child rowing on the lake. Ma'am?
Josiane.
She seems very lucid here, though, and she's not really meandering into other people's memories anymore. I wonder why.
There is nothing more to do now. She's far away. She is receding in the clutches of some indescribable scattered emotion.
I guess
the child.
That was that.
Ascending.
Now we're back to it again. Yeah. Up until that statement, though, she had seemed very on point. Indescribable scattered emotion. Child.
You've fried both your brains enough for today, detective.
He inspects her, no response.
Let's get some air. This one's far gone.
He shakes his head silently as he turns to leave. If you pick one of these ones that was specifically for a particular topic, like say Jamais Vu or Jamais Vu for the Joyce discussion we just had, if I now forget this, it doesn't affect anything, right? Like I still know what I knew from having talked to her. I just lose the stat bonus. All intellect learning caps raised by 1 XP for every orb click. That I just lose that. I haven't actually gotten rid of any thoughts, I don't think yet. I forget, why does it say THC again at the bottom? Why does it say thick? Is it tetrahydrocannabinol? Yeah, I was just using that as an example. I didn't want to really get rid of that one. Oh, right, thought cabinet. Psychoactive tetrahydrocannabinol thought cabinet. You got anything for me, bud?
Still here. Stuck in
No.
this damn jam, my man.
No, that was
What's
terrible. I'm never going to speak poetry to you again. Another save. You also lose any potential bonuses having that thought might give to checks. Yeah. But I don't know what those bonuses could or couldn't have been. Until I approach them, right? So... Can you relearn a thought that you've already erased? Like, for instance, say I got rid of jamais vu before I talked to Joyce for some stupid reason. And then realized, oh wait, I actually need that, otherwise that check's miserable. Can I learn it again by going through the whole process? Or does it become locked? I can do that. Sorry, I gotta stop changing my phrasings in the middle of asking questions. Once you forget a thought, it's gone. Oh no. The sea breeze carries more than salt. Meat, not rotten, not fresh, grilled. Well, that's good. I like grilled meat.
The paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver. What will it be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind.
Oh, they've added ones to it. Renee Lives is there now, and I'm not sure if I remember I Love You Kuno being there or not. I was very conflicted about what to say for the longest time. And I think I overthought it a lot. And now that Renee Lives is here, I feel quite happy putting that on the wall. And so it's done. I'll be the first person you've ever seen write Renee Lives on the wall.
You've spoken. The wall will now silently repeat the message for a decade or so, until the sea air degrades the paint, adding another layer of detritus to the city.
Hey, 10 years of saying something's a pretty long time. Just look at my Twitch career. That's 10 years. It's wild. I'll be saying Renee Lives for the next 10 years, too.
Very poetic. Real poetry. Should we return to our murder investigation? I hear there's a really bad one we are supposed to solve.
So anticlimactic. I wasn't really expecting anything more than that, though. There may be secondary effects, though, of writing that particular thing. I don't actually know if Gaston will appreciate, or if he'll even say anything. But I am curious to know if it has a direct effect, or if you have to wait a while, or if it even matters at all. You're difficult to click on man over there.
Oh, sorry, officer. What do you want? Yes? What about René?
Yes.
It is. I just don't know anymore.
Alright. Yeah, I didn't think so. I've cast my lot. So I also want to talk to Cindy. Both about the mural and also about other things.
Hello again, officers.
Oh.
Have you come to admire my mural?
Nothing really to say there. There's a staircase there I don't understand. Okay, what staircase do you not understand? Here? This is from street level, we come in. It's just on the other side of the door, I guess. We must come in a door and then come up a couple small sets of stairs. What did I do to Kim? It's cat cop. Every so often, a very rare playthrough will uncover the pathway to create cat cop, and I have lucked into such a situation.
Hello again, officers.
I'll ask about the recent murder.
No snitch, pigstein.
I know.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant.
Oh.
Fucko.
Well, that's fine. Thank you, then.
Can't you tell? I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
So, you don't know what to write?
Have you ever tried your hand at graffiti?
Yeah, I just did it, actually.
When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home, and Mona was here.
Mona is not a cat, by the way.
We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cats. And my name's not Mona, so...
Right, well, I mean, presumably you could write Cindy was here, but that's probably beneath you, and I understand that.
She wants it to be something true and total.
I mean, I thought about it for weeks, and then decided to impulsively make a decision at the end. It's funny, yeah, you can really commit yourself to nothing sometimes. What's my opinion? I love public art. Don't mind us. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
I hope it does.
She means the opposite.
Oh no! I thought she meant not the opposite.
You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
I was trying to use reverse psychology to, I don't know, not really do anything. Oh, there's a cat pillow. I never noticed the cat on the pillow. That's cute. Cat pillow. So Cindy's supposed to give you a lead on the missing armor, but I don't know why she isn't. I don't know. I'm too sorry of a cop for her. Probably. Yeah, I didn't think they'd be home. I just thought I'd have a quick pop in since I'm already over. Nothing much going on there. Heard anything cool in these hallways lately?
Give me a moment.
Nah, you didn't. You didn't have to stop sweeping on my account. Haven't been in here in a minute. This must be Steban's apartment. Oh, and I can just freely enter it. Well, I guess he would be okay with that, maybe. Revolutionaries love to pose with their guns. Why is that? Show of force, I guess. It's like if they don't feel they've got enough gun pictures, they think someone's gonna come after them. Oh. Oh, that's funny. You can see a green outline up here. Oh, I've clicked on it. It's actually got a thought bubble. There's also one back here. I know this is Kuno's dad's place. Alright, I'll stop messing with it. I'm still afraid to commit to that. Can't go in this little greenhouse, huh? There's no door or anything. I mean, there is, but it's not accessible anyway. Well, I'd say today's takeaway has certainly been the story about the pail. But I don't imagine... There's not several... why did I triple negative myself there? There's probably a number of other things we could also find. I'm just kind of getting hung up on stuff now. I don't want to go into the roof or go into the building yet. I want to locate a working firearm that shoots 4.46 ammo. I don't know where that is, though. I don't even know who to ask about it, because I already asked the guy that I thought would make sense. Nobody said anything there. Can't really figure out what's up with these sniper positions, and apparently I can't really do that yet anyway. I could talk to Klasia in a little bit when I send Kim away for the night. I guess I could ask about the tattoos. When do you arrive? 2200? Oh yeah, still got a couple hours left on that. And then there's just the karaoke. Don't know where to get a sad song. What does the journal currently say about the armor, out of curiosity? Well, there's this. Kid throwing rocks at the corpse seems to be a good place to start. But yeah, he's not talking. I need to ask Kuno about the armor still. I didn't get the impression there was anything to be said to Kuno, but I'll try again. I believe he said he doesn't particularly care about my investigation.
Kuno saw you wield that can.
Oh.
Sweet graffito action, pig. Kuno likes that delinquent shit.
Well, that's new. You like art, Kuno?
Fuck no. Art shit.
Yeah, so you're the one making a locust city. What about your little locust city, then?
It's not art. It's fucking brutal. Nothing pussy about it. The fuck out of here.
Come on.
Even the pigs think it's garbage.
Look, bitches. Kuno's gonna wrap it up for you. Talk business or fuck off. Enough about this art shit.
Alright. Got more questions with the crime scene?
The kingdom of Kuno. The fuck do you want with it?
No.
Yeah, whatever.
Body?
The fuck about it?
Ah! Where's the rest of the armor besides... how do you pronounce it again? Quiris? I got that.
Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor.
How come?
That fucking had one thing majorly wrong with him. He's a fucking mutant.
Oh?
Do you remember how he looked? Fucking growth
Cure
hormone
us.
shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for
I've been
any
told
man.
that so many times I can't keep it in my head for some reason. Every time I see that word, it's like the first time again. Cure us. Right. Armor's too big for any man.
Kuno doesn't give a shit about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away.
You hear that subtle little squeak in there? That was so good. He drills his temples with his fingers in some strange aggressive gesture. He's getting driller killed.
Oh, come on. He's just pretending that he doesn't care because he's too small for the armor.
What do you mean he threw it away?
Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too big.
He performs a kickoff on the imaginary helmet.
Kuno kicked that shit in the sea.
Oh.
Rugby style. That shit means nothing to Kuno.
He threw it in the sea.
Yeah? That shit means nothing to Kuno. Kuno doesn't give a shit about material shit. Kuno's a fucking monk.
Cool.
You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustached union fuck. The jolly troubadour shit at the gate.
What do you mean troubadour?
Yeah, cock and boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker? Came around talking about cows or some shit. Came around pretending like he cares about cows.
I actually don't know what the hell you're talking about. Who cares about cows all of a sudden?
Yes, you met him at the gates. The one with the boots and the jolly smile.
Manana.
Yeah, he's the one you want to talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming here pretending like he likes cows. Trying to catch a peep at Kuno's armor.
I can't remember who that is. I know I've seen the name before.
Curious, my liege. Why did Kuno feed you this information?
Alright, do we want drama? No. Well, kind of. A little bit, maybe. You're telling me this out of the kindness of your heart. The smoker on the balcony, no, the other smoker on the balcony. Well, there's the smoker inside the Whirling in Rags lobby, perched against the one pillar there. And Klasya is also a smoker on a balcony who is perpetually smoking.
Yeah, Kuno's doing charity today.
Oh,
Kuno
thanks.
Day. Kuno feels sorry for you two loser pigs. Kuno's doing pity now.
Oh, that's nice of you, thanks.
Still, seems suspicious. He may have it in for that guy. Or you may be paranoid. That is also a possibility, sire.
There are contusions all over his body. Did you do that?
Fuck are you talking about? What is this contusion shit?
He grabs his head like it's suddenly hurting.
He says you're stupid,
It's not what I said.
Stupid again.
A contusion is a bruise. I'm talking about the marks your stones left on the corpse.
Oh, did Kuno make your shit sniffing harder? Obstruction of shit sniffing. This is Kuno's kingdom. Kuno fucking rules here.
He lets go of his head, suddenly feeling better.
You hear the lieutenant hum.
You're testing Kuno.
Get lost.
Kuno doesn't.
Yeah, okay. So go to the harbor gates, ask the Jolly Mesk about the armor. I really don't remember who this is. Oh, I just remembered. Okay, I know who it is now. As it was saying that, I was looking at each person in my head, going around, like, counterclockwise. And then I got to him. There's so many balconies. Yeah, this guy's so chill.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Kuna told me you're supposed to know about the armor. Yeah, I guess I didn't think of him as jolly, but I guess he's sort of jolly. I don't know, just not how I would have described him.
The little boy had a good on his promise.
His promise?
To get me into trouble.
Oh.
To sick the pigs on me. Pardon the choice of words. Not mine.
I don't know, I have a feeling you're not gonna get in trouble, but I guess we'll see what happens.
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official Union probe, you know. Track it down, see who took it.
Did you?
At first I thought, why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike. Buy us a few more days under the sun, you know? So I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere, the cops in his pocket, and he's the king of Jamrock.
I wonder who that was.
Serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it still got me into trouble. One bad move is all it takes.
So the probe into the armor, what did you learn?
I learned that people don't want to talk to a drunk Union man about some armor.
Uh-huh.
What else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. That was the interesting part.
What sort of technical stuff?
I did some research into this armadura. Let's say I have friends at the library. I didn't get into the material science, just how it comes off.
How does it come off?
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it into the sea.
Yep.
I believe him.
I believe him too.
The boots were still on the guy last I saw. Too hard to remove.
Okay.
So, as I count, there are 2 parts missing. The gauntlets and the cuirass. This is where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some militia.
Hi, Minty. Doing okay, how are you? 4 pieces of armor up for grabs, then. I already sent the boots away.
I guess you won't be collecting them all, then. That's less work for you, at least.
Hold up, 4 pieces. Helmet, cuirass, gauntlets, boots. What about the leggings? There's leggings?
Oh, they're just gone. They don't exist anymore, if they ever did at all. Forget about them.
He gives you a jolly shrug. Actually, I may have better things to do.
I agree,
too.
officer. Let's focus on the hanging, and later some junior officers can take care of the rest.
Nice. From what I learned, it was a very heavy, boring set of armor.
Right. So, where do I go from here? Thank you for the cooperation.
If you see that kid, thank him from Call Me Mañana. Thank him for showing me the way.
Okay. He finally takes a swig from the flask.
He is sincerely grateful he is not tracking down pieces of armor right now.
Kuno lied to you. Return and confront. How could he do such a thing? Kuno is always so straightforward and honest. Such a kind heart on that boy. There's a intense neon sound there as I walk through.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Alright, talk to Manana about the armor.
So?
He raises his eyebrows, projecting aggressive indifference.
You should thank him.
He said to thank you, wasn't too keen on chasing down that armor anyway.
Fuck, okay. Kuno's a giver like that, yes?
He looks slightly confused. That really gets him off guard when people say something nice.
Kuno said your fat ass running around like jello.
Okay, cool.
Look, pig. Kuno sent you to rough some people up. Kuno played you. That happened. Now you and Kuno should move on.
Good idea.
Yeah, let's move on.
Yeah, that's what Kuno said. Don't be saying what Kuno said back to Kuno. Get the fuck out of here, Patterson Kuno. After this shit, you better have something real interesting to say if you want to stay in Kuno's face.
Yeah, real interesting.
Guess I don't.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Oh, okay, well you didn't care anyway, so it doesn't matter. Always a pleasure, Kuno. God, that must be what it's like to be a high school teacher some of the time. What an absolute nightmare. Alright, so now Cindy will talk to me, say. I love it too, yeah, the sound effects are fantastic, the soundtrack's fantastic, the voice acting's fantastic, the writing's fantastic. Sorry, I'm gushing again. Look, I don't like him, but I'm more amenable toward his circumstances now than I was before. I kind of understand him a little better. I don't think I understand him, but I think I understand him better.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural? I ain't no snitch.
Actually, there is a short...
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
No. No Cindy for us today. Unfortunately. At least not yet. Maybe later? Very difficult to track down this armor. I'm noticing my my journal here is looking a bit short. There's not that much. Tuesday is entirely missing. And I actually need to send away Kim. What time is it? 20. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with her. I guess I shouldn't overthink it. Is there anything here now? Sometimes I like to walk to places I haven't been for a minute, just in case. Now I have a completely different perspective when I see this white mist in the air. Like, is that the Pale? Where's this light coming from? It's creeping me out. I might have missed the window. Either way, not the end of the world. Yeah, it's probably what happened. Well, thanks for helping trying to get that all sorted out anyway. Oh, I've investigated the shots to the best of my physical ability, and I could only find one of the 3 sniper nest locations. And I even went so far as to ask chat if there's something I'm missing here, but I just don't think I'm allowed to get to the other ones yet.
The lights are so pretty when it gets dark.
There's a check in here about some kind of crime book. Do you have anything new?
Hello again, esteemed officer.
I didn't think
and
so.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biography.
Don't actually know where that check is.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes.
Although we're all
there
game.
are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf
Not really in the
space.
market for board games, but thank you.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian.
I think the weirdness on the title screen is the Pale. I thought that was just sort of an abstraction to sort of wrap up so the title screen looks really fancy and interesting. But I guess I can see your argument then.
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposed
classic Who is Dick Mullen.
Vespertine detective, Dick Mullen.
Reaction speed. Let's see what we can do for that. Reacteria. Yeah, see, I had my biggest criticism for this game. It's just whatever this situation keeps being needs to be streamlined if there was to ever be a sequel. As you said before, just being able to sort them by stats would be fine. But I just don't really find this a very compelling way to deal with this question of, like, I want the maximum roll for my skill check. So, like, what is the challenge here? There's no skill to going through this whole list of clothing and equipping it. It's just sort of a thing you have to do a lot.
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposedly stalwart.
And given how
Vespertine
incredibly
detective,
clever everything
Dick
else
Mullen.
is, and how well it all integrates into each other, or all the systems integrate into each other, I find that just sort of odd, like a hangnail is what I was gonna say. Some little oddness that just doesn't really belong with the rest of the game. The other way I could see it working is there's like a cooldown on how much you could change your clothes or something. Maybe you could only get dressed once per day. And so you have to make a strategic decision about what clothes you're going to wear to modify your stats. I don't want that either, though, to be honest. This is going to exclude more stuff. Just remove the stats. Have there be clothes and just make it fun. Focus on the fun.
Your attempt to grasp at the answer fails. It
That's
seems
not good.
very close by, pulsating just out of reach.
That's not good at all. It's a 72% chance. I don't even care enough to really retry it, to be honest. I just thought I could solve it quickly while I was here. I don't need to talk to anyone on the radio. I suppose I could go talk about the tattoos, but I feel like that's going to open a whole can of worms. Might not. Might have really over-exaggerated what's gonna happen if I talk about the tattoos. Maybe it's really no big deal.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
And maybe this guy is like the muscle, but he's not actually more than that. Like, he doesn't actually want to take any action, he just wants to look imposing. Alright, let's see what he says to take out the picture there. Decipher the tattoos.
Don't think so.
He grunts, barely glancing at it.
Suddenly, this feels like a really,
Oh.
really bad idea.
The fact that there's an additional prompt makes me think maybe I was right not to do this.
Actually, I think we should maybe even get going now.
He clearly does not think poking the hornet's nest is a wise plan anymore.
Oh, and now the prompt's just gone.
Right to work! Right to...
Huh. This doesn't seem like every other thing. If it was less of a big deal, I feel like that choice would have still stayed there, and I could have gone back to it again. The only other thing I can think to do about the armor besides like going through every dialogue option with Cindy again is talking to the little girl in the house on the coast. Yeah, I'm fine doing that. I also thought maybe I'd find the helmet on the shore somewhere. Because like if Kuno kicked it into the ocean, obviously the waves would just bring it right back again. Right? But I'd never seen it anywhere, so I don't know. I guess that would be the fisherman shacks. Not just I guess, it's like literally next to me. Why are you walking over there?
Hello, mister.
Yeah, do you know anyone named Ruby?
My mom tells me...
Kids.
No.
Yeah, uh-huh. Mom is great. You know what's great about my mom?
No, do tell me.
Everything!
Oh, okay. The twins outside your brothers?
They look the same. They look... identical. It's Lammy!
Lambie is a stuffed lamb.
Pleased to meet you, Lammy.
Lammy usually doesn't like strangers. But you're also fuzzy, like Lammy.
Ah, so if I had shaved, then I would have failed the Lammy skill check.
Bye!
Alright, guess not. I'm not, like, that bothered about the armor thing. I just figured if it was something I could follow up on, I'm fine doing that. Well, Jinkies, I'm thinking we send Kim away? Oh, wait, I could check the reading group before I'm, oh no, it's not even 22 yet. I just checked Cindy, like, a moment ago, didn't I? I've run to Cindy, like, 4 times this one session. I think that's enough. Wait, how do I tell him that? Oh, I guess I just have to talk to him.
Yes?
How do I do that? I haven't really wanted to send Kim away almost ever. Oh, I have to wait until the hour. Okay. Well. Who wants to talk?
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What? Not much. Some things just don't fly, officer.
So, they don't hold services there anymore?
No,
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking.
I get the feeling you're leaving stuff out. What else is going on?
Well, there's that music. Music from across the sea. Huh. It started a few days ago, and now it's blasting, even through the night.
Have you noticed it's shifted from the little icy area over to the inside of the church? It should be quieter now, I think.
And now, suspicious-looking people are sneaking around the church. I don't like that.
Well, nobody wants suspicious people sneaking anywhere.
Those would be the dance music enthusiasts in their tent.
You don't say, Logic. Okay, thanks.
She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
Alright, we've passed 1 minute.
Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman.
Yeah, this part here. She says her name's
called me
Isabel.
Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie. Now it's your turn, Mr.
You can call me Tequila Sunset.
Why would I do that? That's a fool's name. Are you a fool? Don't ridicule yourself before an old woman, officer. It's undignified.
I just thought she was being very humble. I thought it would be more respectful to put her actual name in instead of washerwoman. I just was confused. Alright. Song?
A lullaby my mother used to sing. I sang it to my kids too. Surrender to the night.
That's kind of grim for a children's song, even if it is a lullaby.
Surrender to the night. Yeah, that's a bit odd. I don't like it either.
Yes,
but,
it does.
I don't want to tell her I don't like it. It seems mean. Man, I sure do, like, easily lie to people over not wanting to offend them, don't I? It's something I think I'm noticing more and more as I play this game. Like, I really don't like confrontation, and I'm, like, very okay with telling people what they want to hear for the purposes of not causing conflict. I don't know, is that, like, a very bad thing, or just not, like, as good as... I don't know, maybe there's a better way to handle that. Check the boardwalk for bullets. Did you spec into Sorry Cop by any chance? Yeah, I did. It's almost like my Harry is a reflection of myself. I think in real life I try not to put myself in the position where I need to say things that are overly flattering or like outside of what I actually believe. But it can't always be helped, and I would prefer not to offend people, if possible. But yeah, I don't like lying either. I mean, it's just a difficult value judgment. Depending on the topic and who you're speaking to and the nature of the conversation. None of that feels great to have to waffle between, but that's life. So you wanted me to check the boardwalk for bullet? Detectives can't give everyone the benefit of the doubt. The goal is to obtain information while disclosing as little as possible. I guess I'm saying it. I hope in my real life I don't end up doing that. Because that sounds overly cynical or inappropriate. I'm holding tab. I see no green option. Oh, found this. It's a long way down to your death from here. 20 meters at least. Well, damn. Maybe don't put your foot in it then. That's weird. Yeah, I'm not a detective. I don't even play one on TV. I play one on Twitch TV. Which is different. Boardwalk is more than just that spot, though, isn't it? Oh, yeah, I'm such a player. I'm an I player. Oh. What was that? Is that bug again? It's one of the cryptids. There's an insect that looks like a round white circle, and it starts looping over your head like a halo. And it means you have 7 days to live. And slowly lowers down upon your head like a crown before liquidizing your brain. Any bullets over here? Nope. Unless you sent a burnt copy of Return to Wolfenstein to 3 people. I remember that game had the best fire effects at the time. They had like a pyro guy that would come out and just absolutely fill up the screen with flame effects, and I can't remember seeing anything ever like it before. Decent game for its time. I haven't played it in years and years, but I loved it back then. Can't get around the building on that end. Okay. Hello. If you're arriving late, today's the main thrust of today's session has been finding out about the Pale in great detail, having a very elaborate conversation with Joyce. That was mind-expanding for a lot of, I don't know, 45, 50 minutes, I'd say. It's just talking about the Pale. I learned a tremendous amount there. No, I haven't found the song for karaoke. I still want to. We've actually cleared out the majority of the journal now. I'm just waiting to send... Well, I'm not going to get it at the moment because I'm just looking around for bullet casings or something, but I need to send my partner away so I can go talk to Klasia. So I guess I should probably just go sit on the bench for a few minutes or something, but I'm just seeing if there's anything I've missed. I looked in my inventory, I didn't see anything useful in that regard. Empty cassette case. There's our antique rifle. My cursed die. My Tesseract cube. Just quite a lot of photos, mostly. Lieutenant's handkerchief. Mug. Note. Photo. Map. Book. Chewing gum. This is the Door Gunner Mega Mix, which is not sound. It's not music. It's an audio recording of people talking. So that's not really going to be appropriate. Our dried Maybells. Smallest church in St. Sains. Wait, I don't actually know what this is. Did I ever listen to this?
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reels attached to the apparatus with a satisfying click.
Oh, I guess I just didn't remember that I had this.
Reader. You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning.
I probably forgot because I was worked up about the other tape, and then forgot I got the tape player after that because I used it for its main purpose. So I just disregarded this one. Press your ear against the speaker.
It sounds like someone's moving in the room, getting comfortable. Then the organ starts playing, a simple, melancholic tune echoing in the hallway. A lone singing voice joins in, telling you about the tiniest church in Cessons, surrounded by even tinier yard. You almost feel the seaside mist on your skin.
Is it seaside mist or is it the Pale? Because now we found out that the Pale might be opening inside of the church, and maybe that the churches were built around the Pale without people even knowing. So that really adds a whole nother level of sadness. What's my read on it? It's a fun literalization of Beyond the Pale, but also touches the vastness of space-time, entropy, antimatter, and also the nature of consciousness, too. Very rich text. I talked about it for a long time, so I feel like it would be too indulgent to get back into it again. But if you want to rewatch the bit in the VOD where I learned about it, I went through all of my thoughts at that point, and I had many thoughts. I don't mean to be dismissive, I just feel like I talked for such a long time already.
Within seconds, you know, this is the one. The real shit you've been looking for. The one you trust your room to. This one tells it like it is. This is your tune.
I guess I found my tune.
A click, then silence for
Tune
a bit.
a fish.
Then the tape stops spinning.
You think you could tune a fish? You gotta use the key at the top of the sardine can. That's probably how you tune a fish. Could I sing this for karaoke? I think I could sing this. No, I couldn't. It's too sad. I might cry and trash the room again. Scratch that. I'm already crying and I look dumb and old. I guess I'll say the top one.
Of course you could sing this. You could take sad to a whole new level with this. And you already know the lyrics since you've listened to it, like, 1,000,000 times.
Can I apologize before I sing? Because I'm sorry, cop?
Yep. They're all here. All 3 verses.
Yeah, that's pretty doable.
And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it. Only one obstacle stands on your way.
What?
Gart. You have to convince Gart to let you sing karaoke.
I didn't even think about that.
After you've won him over, you can express yourself. Let the pain out. Make everyone understand.
I also keep thinking it's Garta, like a German name.
The lieutenant watches you pack up the boombox.
Oh,
he doesn't say anything.
A feeling of intense foreboding. Oh, Kim. I owe you better than what I'm about to do, I'd say. Convince Gart to let you sing karaoke. And then split a kilo with Kuno. It's like fart with a G. Yep, sure is. I absolutely need to know what's inside of this door.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it.
Oh.
The door hasn't been opened in a long while.
I didn't realize that I could
handle.
Maybe pin this as a sniper nest. How are they getting in, though? Could this structure have been used? I guess they mean get on top of, yeah.
From here to the whirling, I can't see how. The church is in the way.
Yeah. And again, I don't think any of those positions make any sense. But I'm still just giving you the benefit of the doubt, video game. And you're still not going to check it off on my list, are you? You know, I might actually make a save here, and then after the game is over, just keep reloading it until I get the 3% check, like farm it. Because I really want to know. And I don't think I'm going to get my interfacing up in any major way, and it's a red check, so you only get one attempt. I have 1 point, but, like, who cares? It's not gonna matter. I could make it 3. It's gonna go up to, like, 5%. Well, I guess when you start getting into the realm of, like, 10%, if I could put some clothes on, that would help. Maybe that's possible. I mean, anything's possible. 1%'s possible. But likely. On my second run, I did that on all the impossible checks, just to see all the content. The question is, do I try it once, because you only get one, and now it's locked for the rest of the playthrough until I load it again, or do I just leave it alone? It's a 20 check, so anything below 7 isn't going to help. Oh, right, so I physically might not even be able to get it over that. Okay. Fair enough. 9. Oh, definitely won't be able to get over that. Well, I appreciate your logic. How do we feel about the idea that some checks, it's actually more fun to get a failure on? It takes the sting out of not winning the thing. Like when it asks you, did you get enough for this? And you say, I'd like to have, and they say, no, you didn't. Well, I don't feel as bad now because we still got to have a fun interaction. there's still some part of me that has my mind trapped in, like, getting all the skill checks as a positive equals correct content. And I think that's just been beaten into me over the first 20 years of me playing video games. There's always a correct way to win the game. And this isn't the case anymore, and I can't seem to separate that. Once you see both sides of the results of the various choices, you also come to realize the craft and the design. Perhaps, paradoxically, how do I end this sentence? There is a separate ethos that I've seen from a lot of choose-your-own-adventure style games, things like Until Dawn, or your Telltale kind of games, where the more of it you see, the less you feel it's clever. But in your case, you're saying it's actually the more you see here, the more you appreciate the writing, because they're attacking two sides of a coin in a way that's so equally interesting, as opposed to, we've kind of dressed up the illusion of choice, but ultimately it's really railroading you anyway. So that's very interesting to hear such a difference with regard to the writing on that front. Wait, when did time pass? Was it when I was looking at the bunker door? Is there... Maybe there's something else I can do in here that I haven't looked at yet. I just need a couple more minutes done. You got anything new for me, Egg?
Good morning!
You always have something new. Maybe your body can tell you what Arno van Eyck jam is missing. Make it harder core. Alright, let's go.
No.
No!
That would be silly. Your body isn't for thinking. It's for robust.
I've already failed that before. How am I so
like
bad?
Discus, javelin, and 400-meter hurdles.
At the start, I was passing things I didn't have any right to pass, and now I'm failing things that I have every right to pass. That was a crazy sound we heard before. Tell me about your thoughts.
It was awesome.
Awesome to the mega, or just awesome?
Very hardcore.
If you could rate it on a scale of hardcore to hardcore, where would you rate it? Hardcore, probably. His voice booms through the chamber, then gets silent.
Too hardcore, in fact. I couldn't control it at all.
I shit myself relentlessly. What happened?
It sucks up all the air in the mix until it's the only thing left. Starts compressing itself and everything around it. Completely fills up the headspace. Extreme.
It is extreme, you're right.
Inside your chest, the heart beats still with the after effects of the sound.
I never learned After
Imagine
Effects.
if you could harness that power.
It's a very powerful piece of software, but I hate Adobe. I'd love to get away from, Wait a second. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Hello? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Why is that happening? Are we losing our touch on reality being in the church? Okay, is there anything we can do about it?
Oh! I don't know. Maybe someone can do something with this. I imagine this is the sounds that the future could make.
Is there anything else bizarre happening right now, or is it just that? It's just that. His mind seemingly flipping through his options, or I don't know, maybe someone can do something with this. I imagine this is a sound the future could make. Sounds like the future could be even more hardcore than I ever imagined.
Yeah!
And that sounds appealing. How do you like it in the church?
Yeah!
Back on the case, no disgrace. Yeah.
Bring it down to party place.
He pumps his fist in the air.
The first page of the second chapter.
Yeah, that's like literally correct, because you moved from the tent, so now you're in here, it's a different building.
Could it be Maybe for him, you only have a chapter or two left in you. Last of the penultimate, more like.
Don't make me think about that. Egg's book is still full of chapters. Mine might still have a few left too. Is your real name Jermaine? I forgot I said that.
Dark hardcore! Jermaine Egghead!
Basically, yes it is.
Okay, what happened there?
Good morning! Yeah!
Look at this. When I click on him and the text box pops up, watch how he reacts down there.
Good morning!
It pings into existence like, bling, like they snap apart. Like cell division. Unfortunately, I can't move the perspective, or I would try and see if it like distorts as you move around, but that's not an option. Is there any other case of that happening? How have I never seen that until now? There's never been an NPC underneath a text box before? Just never looked? Is it because he's in the bright light, so it really stood out more?
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
No words, just dance. 3%. Yeah, my savoir-faire is terrible.
Goodbye, officer.
Does Suna move when the text box comes into place?
Yes, what is it?
I couldn't tell.
Yo, mate.
Now I'm gonna be
What's on your
obsessed with
mind?
figuring that out. What do you think about the church, Noid?
It's a miracle of carpentry. Dead bodies carved into total shapes.
Yeah, we love
There
that.
can be something more.
He rubs his hands together because he's a carpenter. You say that as a carpenter yourself?
I don't say much anything as a carpenter anymore. They tried to make me into a reckoner and a leveler. Made me a bit manic, you know.
I don't know what a reckoner is. Is that someone who, like, removes grading until the bias is neutral or something?
I regret the time I dedicated to that profession and that worker collective. I say things more as a member of the hardcore side dance community.
Side
these
dance.
days.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be very happy measuring things all day. Unless I'm Measurehead, which I'm certainly not. Understood.
The material knowledge is mega though.
Ultra mega.
Guild shit. Teaches independence.
Guild shit. How do you like the glasswork? Yeah, tell me about the glasswork.
I don't. Fucker giving me the evil eye.
Oh, no. That's her innocence, Dolores Day. Mind your words. I'm getting some real negative vibrations from her, too. Or you wanted to get inside the church and now you don't like the stained glass window. And I'll say I'm getting negative vibes
No
from her.
wonder. We have to get rid of it. Dismantle it. Can't dance with a giant mass murderer looking at ya. Not a good look for the club.
Say it's ironic, Noid. Maybe you can make it work as a piece that's, like, kind of ironic.
Mellow, man, mellow. No one's a mass murderer. This is a house of love.
I still can't get over his Rick and Morty hair. It's so good.
Mass murder on the floor.
Whoa! Hello, Egghead. Where did this come from, my friend? She's the innocence of humanism. Humanism seems to be a pretty big deal around here.
Humanism leads to eating sugar and pigs. Humanism was invented to mass-produce billions of humans. Billions of humans can mass-produce hundreds of billions of pigs.
Oh, he's back to the wheat and pigs thing again. Or, well, he was saying wheat before, I think. Now he's saying sugar.
And many, many more tons of sugar.
Yeah.
She liked games. Her legacy, the thing we live in, isn't real life. It's a strategy for some kind of victory against a long-dead opponent. But, yo, I'm only annoyed. What do I know?
I just kind of like barely follow that, but yeah, I guess you're saying her ideology is outdated and outmoded, and we can do better. So, all right. Hello. Hi, Elijah. The resettlement programs are totally okay. I'm a big fan of resettlement programs for some reason. What? But yeah, like, who isn't accused of being a mass murderer these days? Oh yeah, just both sides it, no worries. Isn't she supposed to be an embodiment of the world spirit?
The world spirit does not have a body. It has organs.
Yeah?
Hardcore is an organ of the world spirit.
Hardcore is an organ of the world spirit. That is a sentence, all right. And where do you store the hardcore in the body? Is that also in the balls with the P?
This Arno van Eyck track is an organ. The carpentry and glass cutting that built this house are also organs.
The organ is also an organ.
An organ thief. All innocences are.
She's an organ thief. I mean, I get your point. Yeah. It's just like, man. It's really quite a way of phrasing it. Would you say she was human?
I like this question, Cop Man. She did not live the life of a human. She lived like someone who's playing a game.
Oh.
The life of an operator.
Operator, that's Rainbow Six Siege, right? That's the operator game? Also Operation.
That's not the life that humans live.
Surgeon Simulator.
She was adored. Humans aren't. I don't know about you, but they hate me. And they do not think I'm innocent or some shit like that.
She was a player. She played us all. It's just a game to her. Yeah, they hate this too. Point to yourself. I'll say that.
Well, they loved her. They put all their love in her and forgot all about the rest of us.
Young man, let's go of the suspenders, and they hit his chest with a slap. Alright. There's like plenty more to say there, but I think that's probably enough.
Choice of words. Caustic. Overflowing with negativity. That can't be healthy. What's happening here? Why do you keep coming back to this window?
It's a nice window.
Why do you keep saying that if it isn't making you feel well? Don't come back to this anymore. Stop talking about that damn window.
How you settling in?
Hard to say, Cop Man. Signs in here are distinctly wild. Gonna take a while before
I didn't know you had so much to talk about.
Synced. I did get to talk to the crab man though.
Yeah, Tiago, yeah.
Anyway, he's been giving me kind of a psychic rundown of
Cool.
this place. Dude's seen some crazy shit, but he's actually a lot like us.
You mean all of this mother's love stuff isn't too spooky for you?
Have you been listening to what Egg's been saying? Love is hardcore, man. And the mother's love is the hardest core of all.
But the hardcore is an organ stored in the body of the world spirit, as I understand. So you're saying that the world spirit is the hardest core, more even than the mother. Where in the hierarchy of hardcore is the world spirit?
The man picks up on stuff. And he knows a lot about the church. I got a lot to learn from him.
Well, that's good. You can mentor under Tiago then.
Good thing you didn't squash him.
Oh, no, I wasn't going to do that. Conceptualization, Godly 16, internalize the hardcore aesthetic, don't just nod along, really feel it. What did Tiago tell you about the church?
The crabman's been lurking here for a while. He's experienced things.
Are you saying world
Things
spirit
that
is the
give off
same as mother?
Bad signs. As far as we can tell, the Ubies built this place about 320 years ago as a sarcophagus.
Oh. Which Ubisofts? The Montreal or... I think I made that joke before, sorry. Do you mean there are dead bodies here?
Not like a literal sarcophagus. I'm just being metaphorical.
Oh good, what's it for?
Encasement, confinement, of something they were afraid of. Something new and unheard of on the Isla. I think that's what the Crabman is experiencing when he climbs around upstairs.
I always want to know what the Crabman is experiencing.
Like, this is some old world shit the Ubies had heard about. I thought the best way to deal with it was to build a church surrounding it to contain it.
I mean, I like universal basic income as much as the next guy, but I wouldn't build a church to it. I don't get it. Contain what?
I don't know. And it's not something they properly understood either, what it does. But it's what this Sona person is looking for and trying to measure.
I like the way you said measure. That was cool.
It'll be fruitless though. She won't be able to measure it. People like that always want to measure everything. All those things they really can't.
So you're advocating for a vibes-based existence then, Noid?
The wood creaks as a gale blows by. Outside, dust particles fall through the darkness, settling down on the age-bleached floorboards. The structure does not feel particularly durable.
Yeah, that's the second hint we've gotten that this place is gonna just fall down. This building seems less than structurally sound.
No. It's pretty fucking unsound if you ask me. They should have built a club for Nordic music around it instead.
Well, you know, they didn't know it. Hindsight's 20/20, I guess.
Nordic music will definitely contain whatever we're dealing with.
So we should probably put you on a boat then and blast that shit out of some PAs into the Pale and see if you save the Earth. Or the planet. His words echo in the chamber.
And if it can't, well...
He shrugs non-committally. What makes you think Suna's gonna fail?
Seems to be the trend around here, doesn't it? You can't measure shit like this. It's not like... substance.
I don't know. I mean, her whole pursuit was to measure shit like this. And I guess it depends exactly what your criteria are, but I think she's actually achieved some things in that regard. She knows roughly the exact radius that this thing occupies, where the hole is, so to speak. So that sounds to me like she's measured it. I know she hasn't measured exactly what is in it, but that is because it itself may be impossible to measure as a result of its qualities. I found a doomed commercial area in Martinez proper. Maybe it's the same thing the Ubies were trying to contain.
Like a concentric ring spreading out. The struggling villages. And that is what caused the communards to fail in defending the beachhead. Yeah, a lot of failure has gone down around here.
You think there's any merit to that theory?
I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. It's not a thing we can answer, Copman. Even I have limits. I'm a limited-size person.
I find it so frustrating when you get to the end of a line of questioning in life, not just in this, and someone answers with something like that, like, you know, it is what it is. You know, I don't know, it's fine. I haven't really thought about it enough, or, you know, maybe we'll never know. It's like, okay, so what was the point then? Speculation's fine. I'm not saying don't speculate, but you can't even follow your own thread of logic long enough to get to a point. You just kind of give up. I'd rather just, like, stop doing that. Like, if you feel like you're about to go down that line, and you think you're going to come to a point where you have no point, then we just stop there, and we'll do something else. I have occasionally said it is what it is, and I'm sorry that I've done that, because I don't like it either, and it's just something that has snuck into my speaking occasionally. I'd like to distance myself from it. I don't like the implications. Well, if it's without substance, I guess there's nothing to worry about.
Maybe you can figure things out, Copman. I think we got on a good level here. The signs are syncing up well.
I can't tell if we're, like, friends with Noid at all. I don't even know if we're acquaintances, or if he just kind of puts up with me a little bit. What's with the clothes is not usually a great line. We got to 28. That's... I did catch the key. I forgot I caught the key before. Is there anything else you have to say about the church? Oh, there's so many things.
What is there to talk of?
How old do you think the church is? Over 300 years?
That's right. The first settlers built it, plus 6 more like it. On the coast here. Was one of the first things they did. Must have been really scared of something, but I understand.
There's a sort of breathlessness to the way he talks that makes me feel like he's exasperated to even be in a conversation with us. And I don't know if that's just his speaking manner or if it's actually like he's tired of this. But I keep catching that cue in my mind and going, oh, is he sick of this shit? Like, what's he doing there?
Alone on an uninhabited archipelago, forced to face themselves and nature. Pre-industrial quantities of solitude. The sea, perhaps something more fundamental.
I think he's one of the harder to read characters in this game. Because, like, some of the things he says are kind of right, but he's not quite as naive as the other guy. But he also goes down these weird trails of logic that I don't entirely understand and then kind of randomly trails off.
He means something paranatural. He must...
What? Oh, we're just getting to the pale conclusion again?
I would want to build a safe place for myself and my own as well.
Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, he's very thoughtful, but I don't think he has the right framework to apply his thoughts to, so he's coming out with some occasionally decent stuff and some occasional nonsense. And it's not a value judgment of him as a person, I just think that he's still got some figuring out of things to do, as does anyone. And maybe he'll get there, I don't know, I hope so. He's less upfrontly earnest compared to Andre, but maybe that's good too, I don't know. Something more fundamental, you mean the sound anomaly?
Maybe they were unable to face the nature of the world, perishing.
That's a tough thing to face, yeah. You just keep bringing up the glasswork over and over. What style is the church built in?
Into building critique. Okay then, this is folk DeLoreanism.
You can't believe it.
It's a subset of early DeLorean architecture.
There you go. I'm not just a comp, I'm an art comp. I fought hard for that prompt, and now I get to use it this one time only.
Art of core.
He nods appreciatively. Okay, and what is DeLorean architecture like? Well, I mean, you could say it like this.
Total. Everything between an ancient concrete cathedral and a glass cube is DeLoreanism. This is just an homespun version of it. Folksy stuff. Early mass production. They made thousands like this. Does that help you out?
Yes, actually, tremendously, because I was about to say, I'm not sure I've ever seen a glass cube cathedral, and then I remembered the most DeLoreanist possible architecture is the Apple Store. There you go. A true cathedral. What would a DeLorean building look like?
Like that woman there. Vertical.
Wait, the building looks like that woman.
White. A false image of grandeur. The source of the system is up there. You're at the bottom. They really dug that power vertical.
Yeah, okay. See what you said there? I follow. That makes sense. They're projecting power, trying to stratify their society and show the people at the bottom that the people at the top have control.
Like to show off large and intricate structures. Arches, spires. Put you down with them. They were really into painting everything white too. Virginal shit, you know. Marriage shit. Virtue and tyranny.
Virginal shit. Marriage shit. Virginity is a social construct, and it's silly. The church isn't painted white, as far as I can tell.
Stands to reason it used to be white on the outside before the sea wind took all the paint off.
Oh. Right. That is a thing that happens here, near the sea.
Year after year, flake after flake.
I do love a flake bar, yeah.
Whitewashed clean, then covered in green moss. Slowly peeled by the wind, your skin crawls from the sensation as you look around.
Yeah, I mean, if you ever want to get peeled by the wind, there's a place in Galway you can stand along the coastline. You'll get peeled all right. You only need about 5 minutes there. You'll be exfoliated and then slowly reduced to ribbons. It's very extreme. What did you mean by dead bodies, though?
Dead bodies are perennial
Dead
plants.
bodies everywhere!
Sigma functions are left in
Sigma
place.
functions?
It's a good thing we came along. The spiritual collapse has been total.
Are you gonna hit me with a rock from a long distance? Spiritual collapse.
I saw some piglets suckling their dead mother.
Oh my
Have
lord.
you heard this one, cop man? After a short while, they shuddered and
Wasn't
went
ready
away.
for that. Ugh.
They had sensed that she could no longer see them, and that she wasn't like them anymore. What they loved in their mother weren't her body, but whatever it was that made her body live.
Noid, you're gonna make me feel really bad for a long time. Please stop.
End of quote. This is an high-quality carcass. The power of anodic beats and hard bass is needed to reanimate it.
Okay. What exactly are you saying?
This religion of history is false core.
False core.
It has collapsed.
The way he says it, the force in false core is invested with 20 kilotons of
I did hear that, yeah. Yeah, it did kind of punch a little bit harder. But you guys said the Ecclesiastes were all about love and hardcore before, remember? I even agreed with you about this Ecclesiastes being okay with this, and you proposed dance music will supplant this system. I can't figure out where the dance music ends and the worship or worship equivalent adjacency begins. Like, Egghead over there is just enraptured. He's just on some sort of religious trip right now in his dance music. And he's having a great day. I don't know if it hits the same for anybody else. World of Warships. Alright, I'll say, but you guys said the Ecclesiastes were all about love and hardcore before.
I only said unity.
Unity.
One word. Figures of authority always misquote you.
Well, I didn't intend to strawman you there, Noid, sorry. I should have steelmanned you first. He points to his friends.
Andre doesn't care about the Ecclesiastes. He just wants the operation to run smoothly. And Egg is a demi-beast. You shouldn't listen to what people say. You should listen to what they are.
That's correct. Logical. Good call. I agree. By the way, the phrase steelman is just such a silly turn of, like, as a result of wanting to do the opposite of a straw man, you do a steel man, which is to rephrase the argument in the most encapsulated way possible, as opposed to mischaracterizing them. I just find that to be like, could we not have come up with a better term than that? Maybe there is a better term. I think some level of music festival culture or whatever in church can fulfill the same role. I say being highly unfamiliar with both. Okay, so my take is, I actually think that a music festival or music culture might actually be a better replacement than the other thing. It doesn't have all the baggage, and it's pretty much upfront about what it is. Although it depends exactly what it is, because I guess sometimes it can get a little out of hand. It has other baggage. Right, you don't want to get co-opted into some other sort of cult, but if you're just going to really get into music and you're looking for community, you can do that in an entirely secular way without having to bring all of this other stuff in. They argue about bans as hard as scripture and also the financial... No, but you have to tease those two things apart. Arguing about literally bands that exist that we can point to and take apart their lyrics and ask them, what did you mean when you wrote those lyrics? And ask them, what is your mind state when you wrote these songs together as a group? And literally interact with these people and know all of these things compared to, I don't know, it was in a book from like, I don't know, a long time ago. Not really sure who wrote it. Sometimes we know a little bit about who wrote stuff, but we're just kind of like mostly guessing off of some few bits of scripture. And also we believe it because we believe it, because we know it's true, because we know it's true because of a personal revelation, because I want to believe that somehow I've been given permission to seek an eternal life in a world that I am inevitably going to die in. Not the same. Those two things are not the same. I don't care how enthusiastically you argue between which of two bands is better. You're never going to point to those two bands and say, this one will give me eternal life. They could do that with the Bible back when they wrote it. That time, space, distance puts it into pale. I get what you're saying, though. Could they, though? Because there was a delay between when the events took place and when the Bible was written. And also a lot of the Bible is via anonymous authoring. So, like, I don't even think at the time they could have ever made those comparisons. And also the whole basis for the claim that makes it extraordinary is this dude, like, came back to life. Which we have no proof for ever having happened once on Earth in any case. Nor are there extra biblical attributions that will attest to it. Nobody's claiming like, oh, Between the Buried Me have invented a new instrument and made the coolest song that if you hear it will give you a perpetual orgasm. No, they play guitars and stuff and like scream into mics, and you can kind of just go see them and talk to them potentially if they'll let you. There's none of that. So I do not think you can compare the two. The more you pick it apart, though, the more it falls apart. And yeah, you can keep looking back further and further, but it's the same question over and over again in a fractal. Every time you look back, oh, there's another tradition before that. There's another origin story before that. And so, like, why would you even want to compare those two things when one, at the very best, is nearly impossible to ever confirm, and the other is, like, literally stuff that's happening right now that you can talk to people about? There's a sort of religiousness you argue about online, and then the functional part it plays in people's lives and how they socialize. Right, and I'm separating that being the cultural aspect and the baggage. The baggage is all the stuff that we can't necessarily prove. That is the glue that holds together people's interest, aside from the community. And the community can be attained in a secular manner without any of that other stuff. It's the same, like, I've said this a few times. I know this is, like, getting very preachy now, and I'm sorry, but you don't need to have someone attend Mass to give them a sandwich. That's a thing that a lot of churches do. Not all churches. There are some that don't. But you can also just give someone a sandwich. And so why would you sit and argue over and over again about why it's, you know, the best for them to attend this particular Mass or that particular Mass, when the goal is they got the sandwich at the end of the day? You don't need someone from a book telling you to treat people kindly. Your own moral compass is the determining factor of even believing that it's virtuous to treat people kindly. The book telling you is just one part of the filter. You still have to read the book and say, ah, that resonates with me. That's the part where you're saying, I approve of this message and I sanction it. You're now giving implicit permission to attain that knowledge that you already had from an external source. So you already know it's good to give someone a sandwich if they need a sandwich. Just give them the sandwich. That's my point. There's not a single thing that you require religiosity to be able to do from a humanist perspective. Every single thing that you could point to can be done without church congregation and dogma and scripture. All of it can just go. And I'm not saying that just from like quickly considering it. I've heard the arguments over and 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 over again for like 15 years, listening to people talk about these subjects thousands of times. I've never heard a single example in thousands of examples of someone requiring a religious base to do something humanist. It's never needed. And so that's why I say ultimately music is probably the better choice between the two. Okay, so what, you pay in to go see the band? Okay. Church needs the roof fixed. Pass the collection plate. Don't forget your tithing. You know, make sure you give a little bit to the church every time. It's just this endless thing. At least you know what you're paying for the band most of the time. You don't anymore, to be fair. The argument is, though, what distinguishes it from a religion? What's the dogma of a band? I'm almost not sure what even we're arguing about here, to be honest. It seems so obvious at face value to me that I don't know what to even talk about to try to tease the things apart. I don't know what is in conflict. Do you look at every band as a religion? Like, you get zealous fans of just about everything. Yeah, people get really over the top into some things. But that's not necessarily anyone's fault. They're not necessarily trying to encourage that. That fervid religiosity thing that they want on a cult side of things is they seek that. Bands don't necessarily want to get that crazy with it. Maybe some of them do, but it might even be bad actors in that. Anyway, sorry, I'm going off into the weeds now. This doesn't even make sense anymore. We just got way too far into it. Jared Leto has an island he holds a camp at. I think it may be comparable. I think it'd be different if not for the industrialization of culture. Are you saying that given enough time and attention, all of these things are the same seed as religion? Anytime you give someone a torch and say, look at this guy, they have something to say, it always heads down that same trail again. I guess I'm not entirely sure I know what industrialization of culture means in that context. I do think it invites similar structures. So you're saying then the limiting factor of what stops a band from becoming the Catholic Church is a band is usually like a handful of people who only live for a few years and don't really have a few years, you know, for some amount of years, probably less than 100 years. And their goal overall is not necessarily to leverage power at a state level. It's kind of just like to make some music. And so if their ambitions became larger, a band could be the same catalyst for something as heavy and as serious as the Catholic Church. Right, like the Beatles or Michael Jackson or something. Their estates outlive them, clearly. But once that person with that creative spark is no longer there, that uniqueness and the message that is underneath them, which is entirely human and entirely them, that spark goes out. And at that point, the artist is no longer able to create new messages or live on. So unless there's like really fantastic tribute bands doing it, I don't know how they're gonna continue past the point of life. See, what the church manages to do is they've created an external point of reference, in essence, God or heaven or whatever their mythos is. And that is meant to outlive every individual, and they make that part of their dogma and doctrine to make sure people get that point. Yeah, I don't particularly think Elvis impersonators are doing anything all that problematic. I know you don't mean to imply that they are either. I just thought it's a funny thing to think about. How serious are juggalos? We were actually talking about ICP in the game, because there's a reference to that acronym in the game, in lore. It's funny to think of them as disciples. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Also, to clarify, I mean culture industry in the sense that Adorno coined the term, wherein pop culture is created by what amounts to industrial process. You're talking about when Taylor Swift sells 6 acoustic guitars for $300 each, and her fans buy them without any interest in ever playing guitar. I couldn't stop laughing. There was somebody saying that the other day online, and I was just like, you're buying 6 acoustic guitars and you don't play guitar, okay? Yeah, all right, well, to each their own. I guess you've got a lot of expendable income and really, really like Taylor Swift. I don't have a strong opinion on Taylor Swift. I've not really listened to much of her, to be honest. I think even the bands I love the most, I still want to keep a little bit of distance from and not let myself get swallowed up into this, like, unrepentant blind fandom thing. But I also get the appeal of doing that, because I probably would have done that when I was younger. Wanting to belong to this community that is so overwhelmingly, like, love-bombingly positive. Well, it opens you up to potentially... Okay, I'm finding my way to the trail of thought that you had led me down that I wasn't able to see before. Yeah, that sort of stuff can elevate to a dangerous level, and hopefully they have enough sense not to let it go further than that. The production of art for the sake of filling a commodity vacuum rather than artistic value. Well, it happens all the time, yeah, unfortunately. Part of it is, I think, also hijacking certain psychological, dare I say, spiritual needs in service of capital and control. Okay, so here's the curveball. Christian bands. They create a sort of worship-adjacent environment at their concerts. And so if you know a bit about how Christian mass tends to work, especially when we're talking about like mega churches in the US, they have a really a particular cadence to them and a particular like atmosphere that they try to bring out. They get everybody together in these states of almost hypnosis, where they're listening to music and they're feeling incredibly loved, and everyone around them has the same sort of feeling, and they're swaying and they've got their hands up, and they're doing a lot of this like raising their palms thing, to raising your hands to God thing. And that sort of repetitive motion, plus the repetitive speech patterns that they're hearing from the pulpit, and sometimes when they integrate music into it, it sort of follows similar machinations. They have like a whole prescribed routine that they do to get people into like the most psychologically suggestible situation that they can figure out. And Christian music taps into that as much as they can. And what I think is really scary about that is they're primed through the church that they've been taught over and over again is virtuous. And everything about that lifestyle keeps bringing them back into it. And now you've got a strictly, what they see as sort of like an artistic side to someone who also follows that same sort of teaching, but they're just a musician, right? It's harmless. They just want to play some music for you. But then they're also using those suggestible techniques from Mass in their shows. And so it all sort of blends together into this big cult soup. And that worries me a little bit, and now that I think about it on this level, yeah, okay, I guess I kind of see where you're coming from when you're making that call before. But I think it's more dangerous because they're using the church stuff to jump off of, not because they're building it up on their own. I think if you start in a secular bubble, it's very hard to get to that level of fervor unless you're like an ultra star. Scott's Tap wants you to give yourself to Jesus. But yeah, I guess there was more to it than I even realized when I started going down that road. I still think most bands, like the vast majority of bands, are not dangerous in that way. And I think it's kind of almost difficult to find the ones that are unless you run into the wrong circles. I think secular folk can also fall into these kinds of structures. C for X, tech worship. Oh, right. No, I knew what you meant, for example, yeah. Well, we're also fighting some of the same disinformation battles regarding, like, what is real and what is true anymore with stuff like AI now. So yeah, I guess I agree. And it's kind of tricky to know where those lines sometimes are. Oh, goodness. I didn't mean to do this. I'm sorry, I really easily spin into these topics, and we were, like, already almost there, and then I just did it. Yeah, sorry, I hope this wasn't too annoying to listen to, because I know that it's not exactly... I don't usually tend to go down this road for this long while we're playing Disco Elysium, but this was just such a cool topic that I kind of needed to explore it a little bit. And I know that I've killed the momentum entirely, so I guess what I can do is just, like... I could just chop the VOD before I started down this road, potentially, or I'll chop it after it and then have two versions, I don't know. Yeah, oh right, yeah, the music has been doing that this whole time, shit. Do you think dance music will supplant this system? I guess I can't really get out of it now.
Melodic dance music. Regular dance music wasn't hard enough. And yes, I do.
You know what this kind of stuff goes well with.
I don't need to be a narc.
Your pleasure response was more like, just wondering if he has any.
Alright.
Sure.
Remember when there were two of him? Very odd. I choose to believe that was the pale misrepresenting reality for us. Alright. It is now 21:24, and you know what that means. Tune in tomorrow, and we will finish Disco Elysium, I think. We've got karaoke to do. We've got to send Kim away and talk to Klasya. We've got to go in the big building. And apparently that's where we find Ruby, maybe. Well, we also haven't found the murder weapon. But, like, hey, I'm doing all right for working my way down. Kuno Dad? Yeah, I don't really know what to do with that. I feel like I shouldn't. We atheisted away the karaoke. I need to make the jam harder core. That was all very interesting. It was a good conversation, I think. I'm just sorry for the folks that are probably like... There's always going to be a few people that tune into that, and they're just like, oh, he's one of those guys. And I'm like, yeah, sorry, that's me. I'm sorry, cop, but I'm angry, atheist, leftist, sorry, cop. I really want to make a suggestion, because I know I won't be here for it, but I feel it's 1% too spoilery. Well, I appreciate you holding it back, then. Yeah, I suppose you could ask 9Hertz, and then they can pass it on to me if that seems like the thing to do. If you were angry it didn't show. Oh no, I'm not angry then. I'm just saying my general demeanor is like, I've had enough of this sort of thing. And so I go on these sorts of talks for a long period because I've just heard so much of it. So much of the indoctrination and so much of the, you know, disempowering minorities and domineering and dominionism and evangelical stuff. Like, I've just heard so much. And it makes me kind of nuts sometimes, but I try to look at less of it when it goes too far. But yeah, I'm not actively angry, and I try not to be angry if I can help it, but sometimes I get angry. I zoned out thinking about Noid maybe being extremely right in a weird esoteric way, and then when I came back, you were comparing music to religion, which is weirdly related, but I don't know how to phrase it very fitting, though. Well, the reason we were talking about music and religion comparatively was because we were talking to Noid, and he was saying those things. That was the jump I made. We started going down that road of, like, are you going to replace religion with Enotic dance music, and what does that mean? And can dance music actually be more beneficial than religion? And that's where I went down. And I kind of came full circle around it, and I was like, you know, I first thought not possible, and now I see there's a little bit of an avenue there. Out of curiosity, do you know or have been friends with anyone with spiritual beliefs? Yeah, I mean, over the years, I've had plenty of religious friends. I usually wasn't as engaged with that stuff at that point, though. And if you knew me before, I'd say, I don't know, 2015 or so, the vast majority of the time, my whole thing is just to go along to get along. Like, I just didn't want to make waves about things. I didn't want to have controversial discussions with people. I didn't really want to be abrasive or frustrate anyone. The kind of way that I tried to be when I was on the stream, like, with the other guys, I mostly just wanted to have a good time and not think too hard about a lot of that stuff, because I know that it always comes to these same conclusions. And I guess at that point, it was more important for me to build bridges rather than burn them. And then something changed, and now it's the other way around. And I think, honestly, I've gone too far that way now. And I need to come back toward the older way of thinking and doing things. But I had plenty of religious friends, and it usually wasn't much of an issue. I've had people take me to church before, and I didn't make too much of a fuss about it. It wasn't anything to be worked up about. I just looked at it as like, hey, you know, it's just an experience. See what they have to say. I was open to being talked through some of this stuff, but I've never really felt like it made a lot of sense. And anytime that I would ask questions, they all fell apart. Like, all of the answers to the questions made my thoughts confirm my belief that, like, yeah, there's not much behind what they're saying. Or if there is, I'm not asking the right questions or something. And the more I probed and the more I looked, the less sense it made. And I just felt like, yeah, okay, ultimately I got to the right conclusion before I knew why I had that conclusion. And then I had to go back through years and years of figuring it out and going, okay, what are all the claims? And is there anything there? Is there something under scrutiny that will actually bear fruit? And every single time, no, not really. There are some interesting philosophies. There are useful life lessons. But you can find that stuff in any stories from any culture. Religion or no, like, it's just stories. People have interesting things to say no matter where it comes from. So less baggage and more meaning, and I'm there. That's all I care about. But yeah, I don't think you could say it's a phase, because I've pretty much been an atheist my whole life. I just had to really go through and do the legwork about it later on. And if anything, I'm more atheist than I've ever been as the years have gone by, and as that position has been deemed more beneficial to society lately, as there is an incredibly heavy spate of Christian nationalism sweeping the U.S., I feel like it's the only humanist thing to do is to push back against all of that. Because you shouldn't need permission from the church to have bodily autonomy and human rights. And that shouldn't be controversial. I don't know why it's so hard for people, like, that it has to be this big fight to just want to give people the rights they should have already. I'm kind of like, I'm ashamed that we're in the situation that we're in, because it never should have made any sense to get this way in the first place. Like, we could see the signs of it coming in the mid-2000s. We saw all of it building, you know, the Tea Party and all of the control that they were looking to get in power. And every single step of the way, the system that should have put them in check failed to, and just acquiesced to whatever they wanted. Because what? They have God on their side? Can you fucking prove God is anything? No. No, you can't. And we're just too embarrassed to ask them to. So they just walk over everybody. See, now I'm entering the angry part. My point about asking about personal relationships was kind of trying to touch on that. It's about co-opting people's belief systems, and the problem is they don't have the skepticism to be able to get out from under all of these claims. It's all an intentional obfuscation process by people who, many of them do believe and some of them don't, who are just hijacking a system that was already readily available for people who have been essentially deemed with a vulnerability to skepticism, or a lack of skepticism. Their whole thing is believing things without a good reason. That's faith. So if you've got a massive people, a massive huge group of people whose whole thing is having faith in things for not really a strong reason, that's a vulnerability that can be exploited, and that's what's been done. And I feel like I should also caveat that, again, I don't have any particular frustration with people who want to believe whatever they want to believe for themselves in the privacy of their own homes, with their families, or at their church together is fine. I don't care about that. It's the people who want to pass laws, the people who want to control other people's lives that have nothing to do with that, that seem to deem that they have some sort of righteous virtue toward controlling other people, and that they should attain power in government to do that. No, you fucking don't. And I don't give a shit what lies you make up that it's a Christian nation. It never has been. Some of them were Christians, yes, the founding fathers. Some of them were deists. There were all sorts of different things. They weren't Christian, and they knew better than to allow a national religion. So all they're doing is bastardizing history for the sake of their own power and enrichment again. Because that's all they ever do is lie and manipulate. And it's pathetic that we let this happen. If we had a few people with a fucking backbone who knew enough to actually counter these people's bullshit apologetics, this never had to happen the way it did. Actual people have died as a result of this garbage. It's not a game. More people are going to die as a result of this garbage. And we could have stopped it. We just didn't have the right knowledge in the right place at the right time. I know that the powers that be do try to quash dissent, but I also think that we just rolled over way too many times. I don't mean we as in any of us. I just mean the counter to them, the check to their balance, the other party. Every time they were faced with some sort of difficult problem like this, they just roll over and they just say, oh, you know, I have to respect your beliefs. Or they'll try and court more people further to the right and say, actually, you know, you're really the salt of the earth we should be looking for in our party. Just keep moving that Overton window to the right, further and further and further and further. People's rights be damned. Just allow it to happen. Yeah, if you want, we could start tracing back the course of events. And I know I said the mid-2000s, but you're right to say it's further back than that, and it's further back even than that. The amount of different steps that have led dovetailed into each other are innumerable. You know, each action having a reaction. Extreme nationalism, Cold War, rhetoric, othering people as a result of that, the civil rights movement and how everything played from there. All of these different steps have all been manipulated and controlled throughout the years in various ways to keep people going down the road that they've been going down. And unfortunately, we can't go back. I just wish we learned a bit faster. Sorry, I didn't mean to sound conspiratorial. The way I just said that didn't really come out great. I'm not trying to say there's a grand conspiracy that's massaging people into a particular situation. It's just the interplay of power that keeps people moving between the pendulums of conservatism and leftism. That's not a dichotomy, but you know what I mean. We can trace it back to the Neanderthals. Okay, well, I don't know if I'd go that far. Yeah, I'd love to say that studying history more would be helpful, but I feel like we've had such a very recent example of history not being learned from that I almost don't know if they even seem to care. But anyway, this is going to descend into nihilism, so I think I'll not do that, and we'll say, hey, I hope you had another great session in Disco Elysium. I certainly did. Sorry about the controversial topics to the extent that sorry cops should be sorry, but I do enjoy talking about these things, and I do think they need to be said. And so, I guess I don't know why I'm so sorry anymore, but I still feel like I should not want to say these things for some reason, because it feels controversial and awkward. So I'm going to come back and play more of this tomorrow, and maybe finish the game, because it sounds like we've only got a handful of steps remaining. And so I'm very eager to see how that plays out. Thank you so much for being here. As always, I appreciate your support and for watching. I hope that this is still entertaining, and I hope that there is value in listening and discussing some of these topics to you. And I'm so thankful to have a community that is willing to be here to talk about these sorts of things, because I feel like it's tremendously validating that I can have these discussions and you guys want to participate. So I appreciate you all for being here. And if you're the type that is very much not in favor of these sorts of talks going on this long, I understand that too. Feel free to say so. I won't be upset at you if you found this overly masturbatory or something. Feel free to say so. It's okay. I am okay and open to hearing that. Because what it means is if it is frustrating, and I know it sort of is valid to do it in this context because of this game, but if you'd rather it be self-contained somewhere else, I'm fine with that too. All right, thank you for being here, folks. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is the late stream, so it's starting at 8:30 GMT. We've got a schedule widget if you need the timer there. You can also join our Discord for a chat if you like. Feel free to ask any questions or request games as you see fit, whatever you like. You can also find me on Blue Sky, RockLeeSmile TV on Blue Sky. And I'm still on Twitter. I'm still using it. I'm using it somewhat less, but still using it. And Blue Sky is probably going to end up kind of... We're going to oscillate from one side to the other and end up on the other one. All right, thanks for watching, folks. Have a good rest of your night and a great rest of your evening and weekend. If I don't see you tomorrow, take care, everybody.